Chapter 561. Outside the cave, on the platform where the stone door was, Wang Lin appeared in a flash of light. The spirit of the cave had disappeared, and even the stone door had disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the traces of Yao Shishua's blood on the ground, Wang Lin would definitely suspect that something had happened. Wang Lin B9 held the crystal token in his hand. In addition to the incantation to enter and leave the cave, there was also some short information on the token. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His body turned into a shadow, and he quickly flew along the revered dragon road outside the platform. He jumped all the way and passed by 11 platforms. The stone statues on these platforms didn't change at all. They were still in the state where they were sealed by Yao Shishue. After increasing his cultivation level in the cave, Wang Lin's cultivation level had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. As a result, his speed immediately increased by leaps and bounds. His speed was even faster than lightning. It only took him half a month to return to the first platform. There was nothing on this platform, but with Wang Lin's current cultivation level and the 2 months of breaking restrictions, he immediately found the teleportation array left behind by the blood ancestor. Looking at this array, Wang Lin pondered for a bit and took out 4 bags of holding. These 4 bags of holding belonged to Yao Shishue. If it was before with Wang Lin's mid-stage soul transformation cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to open these bags of holding. But now, Wang Lin's cultivation level had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, even higher than Yao Shishue's. He touched the 4 bags of holding with his right hand. Bursts of blood-colored light immediately flashed on the bags of holding, resisting the invasion of Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin let out a snort and condensed celestial spiritual energy in his body. He reached out, and the blood-colored light in one of the bags of holding collapsed. Wang Lin didn't stop and reached for another bag of holding. The blood-colored light resisted for 3 breaths before collapsing. Just like before, Wang Lin erased Yao Shishue's divine sense imprint on the 3rd bag of holding. Just as Wang Lin was about to erase the divine sense imprint on the last bag of holding, his expression suddenly changed. His right hand suddenly stopped 3 inches above the 4th bag of holding. His gaze became extremely serious as he slowly withdrew his right hand and carefully looked at the bag of holding. After he obtained the 4 bags of holding, he didn't take a closer look because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Now that he took a closer look, he immediately found some clues. Within the blood-colored light on the last bag of holding, there was a faint purple line. If he didn't look closely, it would be very difficult to see. In fact, if he didn't use his divine sense, it would be very difficult to see it with the naked eye. Although this bag of holding looks very ordinary, when I tried to erase the divine sense on it, I immediately felt my heart jump. I'm afraid this bag of holding isn't the imprint of Yao Shishue's divine sense. Could it be your father, the blood ancestor? Wang Lin silently pondered. Logically speaking, if it wasn't the blood ancestor's divine sense, then no one would be able to open the bag of holding without erasing it. However, the blood ancestor's cultivation level is extremely high, and he has cultivated for a long time. I'm afraid he has another way to allow his daughter to use the items inside the bag of holding without erasing her divine sense. That way, even if an outsider obtained this bag of holding, if they were careless, they would immediately be killed by the divine sense on the bag of holding. This blood ancestor, what a good trick! Wang Lin slowly withdrew his divine sense. As soon as his divine sense spread out, the blood-colored light on the bag of holding immediately disappeared. Although Wang Lin had never personally seen the blood ancestor, through the identification method of the blood soul pill and the divine sense trap on the bag of holding, it was as if he had seen the blood ancestor with his own eyes. While he admired the blood ancestor, he also felt a deep sense of dread. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin carefully put away the bag of holding, and his gaze fell on the other 3 bags of holding. He scanned them with his divine sense, and even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The first bag of holding was filled with celestial jades. The amount of celestial jades inside was impossible to estimate. With a rough glance, Wang Lin estimated that compared to the amount Yao Shishue had given him, there were at least 10 times more. The amount of celestial jades needed to reach the ascendant stage is extremely large, even more than the total amount of celestial jades I needed before. After reaching the ascendant stage, the amount of celestial jades I need to increase by 1 rank is unimaginable. If I don't have enough, then I can only stop here. This is a windfall for me. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile as he put away the bag of holding. His divine sense landed on the second bag of holding, and his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Inside the second bag of holding, there were no less than 1,000 blood-colored talismans. When Wang Lin came into contact with Yao Shishue, he was deeply moved by these talismans. They were also something he dreaded a lot. Once these talismans shattered, they would release a powerful blood-colored light. Aside from being a seal, this blood-colored light could also be used as a powerful defense. According to Wang Lin's speculation, these talismans could also be used to attack, but without the corresponding chant and cultivation method, they wouldn't be able to use them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand touched the bag of holding, and a blood-colored talisman appeared in his palm. After pondering for a bit, he crushed the talisman and shattered it. A ray of blood-colored light came out from the shattered talisman and surrounded the area before Wang Lin. After checking it with his divine sense and the blood-colored light disappeared, Wang Lin thought, I don't have the chant for a sealing technique, so I can only use this talisman to protect myself. However, with Yao Shishue in my hands, I can obtain everything. The third bag of holding contained a variety of items. There were even some women's clothes and spices. Aside from these, there were also some small jewelry and dolls. Wang Lin ignored these items. His divine sense swept through the bag of holding, and his eyes narrowed. Inside the bag of holding, he saw more than 10 blood soul pills and white wax pellets. These wax pellets were neatly placed together. The runes on them were dim and did not flicker at all. Not all the blood soul pills were placed together. In the corner of the bag of holding, there was a blood soul pill placed by itself. The runes on it were not dim, but they were faintly flickering. Aside from the blood soul pill, there was also a compass placed to the side. Wang Lin's target was this compass. He touched the bag of holding with his right hand, and 2 items appeared in his hand: the compass and the blood soul pill that was placed separately. This Yao Shishue obviously did not expect that she would be controlled by me, nor did she expect that I would take away her bag of holding. Therefore, the location of the items in the bag of holding contains some hidden information. The blood soul pill that was placed separately contains 80% of its power. As for the rest, they must be fake. In addition, apart from the blood-colored talisman, there are no other treasures in Yao Shishue's bag of holding. The treasures must be inside the bag of holding that contains the divine sense of the blood ancestor. Wang Lin looked at the blood soul pill a few times before putting it into his own bag of holding. As for his fake pill, he took it out and threw it into Yao Shishue's bag of holding. Then, his gaze fell on the compass. The compass was blood-colored, and he did not know what it was made of. When he held it in his hand, he felt a chill in his body. Back then, Yao Shishue used this item to enter this place. This compass should be able to counter the array here. Wang Lin scanned the compass with his divine sense. It contained the divine sense of Yao Shishue. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. If the compass also contained the divine sense of the blood ancestor, then Wang Lin would have to find a way to modify the array on the platform and leave this place. There was also a teleportation array in this cave abode. Wang Lin already knew about it after he obtained the crystal token. However, the teleportation array was located in the northeast corner of the cave abode, which was quite a distance from where Wang Lin was. It was too difficult to get there due to the restrictions along the way. Otherwise, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Lin easily erased Yao Shishue's divine sense from the compass, leaving only his own. He immediately discovered that there was a small array inside the compass. As the compass moved, the array was constantly changing and never stopped. Sure enough, there is also a teleportation array inside the compass. I need to modify both arrays at the same time. Otherwise, changing one side won't work. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the array and studied it. Although he couldn't see everything, he was able to find some clues. He spent 3 days making slight changes to the array and then changed the array on the platform. As a result, the array was very different. Although Wang Lin didn't change much about the transfer array on the platform, he did change one of the key points. If anyone other than him were to enter the transfer array, they would immediately be sent back. Going back and forth like this would cause the spatial barrier to shatter, and the person that entered would be sucked in. Entering a spatial crack won't kill you, but I need to add some additional changes. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then immediately busied himself with the array. It took him 3 days to change the array formation, but it took him 30 days to add countless restrictions on the array formation. Moreover, when he was arranging these restrictions, not only was he not impatient, but he was also quite happy. If someone really teleports here, they will definitely be shocked. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his divine sense entered the compass. He instantly opened the array inside, and a flash of bloodlight surrounded Wang Lin's body. A few breaths later, the bloodlight and Wang Lin disappeared. There was a flash of bloodlight on top of the Drum Mountain 500 kilometers away from the Lucky Demon City barracks. Wang Lin appeared. The blinding sunlight entered Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at his surroundings and felt like he was in a different world. The outline of ancient Demon City appeared in the distance. It was as if nothing had changed since he left. Wang Lin took a deep breath and turned into a ray of light that charged toward the barracks. His speed was much faster than when he left, so it didn't take long for him to arrive at the barracks. Just at this moment, a powerful killing intent came from a barracks and locked onto Wang Lin. Chapter 562. A roar came from the black-armored army camp. This roar was filled with killing intent. At the same time, a ray of black light spread out from the outer wall of the camp, forming a layer of black fog. Inside the camp, tens of thousands of black-armored demon soldiers were standing in an orderly fashion. In front of them was a burly man wearing black armor. He had his hands behind his back as he coldly looked outside the camp. Beside the burly man was Sima Yin. From his expression, it could be seen that he was filled with awe toward the burly man. Aside from Sima Yin, there were 3 other people in black armor. From their clothes, it seemed like they were also commanders. They were standing behind the burly man with the same respectful expressions. Wang Lin's body moved like a meteor, and he didn't stop at all. As he closed in on the black fog, he let out a cold snort, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body spread out. At this moment, the black fog suddenly melted and retreated, revealing a path. Wang Lin calmly walked in. The burly man in black armor coldly looked at Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and shouted, "Intruder, kill without mercy." The 3 commanders behind him didn't say a word. They turned into 3 rays of black light and charged out. Sima Yin immediately recognized Wang Lin. He hesitated for a bit before clenching his teeth and charging out. Among the 4 commanders, 3 of them were at the early stage of soul transformation, and the last one was at the mid-stage of soul transformation. If it was before Wang Lin entered the cave, he would have been able to win against these 4, but it would have been a bit troublesome and would have taken up a lot of time. This was especially true when the 4 of them charged out with demonic spiritual energy. Behind them, their demonic spiritual energy turned into 4 ferocious beasts, adding to their momentum. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. Among the soul transformation cultivators, he was already at the top. As he watched the 4 of them charge at him, his expression didn't change at all. Wang Lin stood there and didn't move at all. He only said these 2 words, "Back down." Although his voice was light, it contained the celestial spiritual energy of a peak late stage soul transformation cultivator. When this voice fell in the ears of the 4, it was like thunder rumbling in their ears. Among the 4 of them, only the mid-stage soul transformation cultivator's expression changed, and he was able to resist. The other 3 were at the early stage of soul transformation. Because the gap between them was too big, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but stop. Although their cultivation levels were at the soul transformation stage, the difference between them and Wang Lin was too great. Wang Lin had already reached the last step of the soul transformation stage. He was standing at the peak. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he walked forward. Although his steps were slow, they were very firm. As he walked, the commander before him, whose cultivation level was equivalent to a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator, immediately backed up. He didn't dare to block Wang Lin even half a step. As for the other three, they were even more frightened. Among them, Sima Yin was the most shocked. He didn't even dare to look at Wang Lin. He secretly thought that he was lucky back then. If he had known that Wang Lin had this kind of cultivation level, he wouldn't have provoked him back then. But immediately his heart trembled. He thought about what had happened to Shi San and Hu Pao. He cried bitterly in his heart and felt extremely regretful. As Wang Lin walked forward, the 10,000 demon soldiers spread out to make a path. They had long since recognized Wang Lin. The scenes from back then immediately appeared in their hearts. The complicated feelings and reverence they had hidden in their hearts toward this mysterious former commander rose once again. Some of these 10,000 demon soldiers were new and hadn't seen Wang Lin before. Although they were confused after seeing that even their Lord Commander didn't dare to stop Wang Lin, they couldn't help but back off after seeing Wang Lin's majesty. In an instant, a long path appeared in front of Wang Lin. At the end of the path was the burly man in black armor. His eyes were still cold, but a dignified aura was gathering around his body. His eyes were cold, but Wang Lin's eyes were even colder. His entire body was like a block of ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. He walked step by step toward the burly man in black armor. Along the way, the black-armored demon soldiers that were already a few dozen feet away retreated even more. A suffocating feeling filled their hearts. The dignified aura around the burly man in black armor became stronger and stronger. He let out a roar and took a step forward. With his step, his aura immediately rushed out. This aura was invisible, but the surrounding demon soldiers could feel it and couldn't help but retreat. Wang Lin's expression was still as cold as ever. He didn't stop at all as he walked forward step by step. When the burly man in black armor's aura landed on his body, it immediately dissipated and didn't affect him at all. Wang Lin could see through the burly man's cultivation at a glance. This person's demonic spiritual energy was equivalent to the late stage of soul transformation, but it hadn't reached the peak stage yet. Wang Lin's aura condensed like crazy as he walked forward step by step. With each step he took, a large amount of frost appeared on the ground and spread along with Wang Lin. The black-armored burly man was immediately at a disadvantage in terms of aura. A suffocating feeling immediately surged into his heart. He subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but he immediately stopped himself. He knew that if he took a step back, he would completely lose his aura. Under the influence of this aura, the other party would immediately attack. However, if he didn't retreat, the pressure that was getting stronger and stronger would turn into an invisible force that would crazily gather in front of him. He had only felt this kind of pressure when he faced a demon general. In the end, when Wang Lin was only 20 steps away from the burly man in black armor, sweat appeared on his forehead and he shouted, "Commander Wang, what do you want?" "This is my barracks. What do you think I want?" Wang Lin calmly said as he took a step forward. The burly man in black armor immediately felt a powerful aura envelop his body, as if there were countless mountains pressing down on him. He resisted the urge to retreat and shouted, "You have been missing for more than a year and have long been stripped of your position by the demon general." "1 year? So it's only been 1 year." Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief, but his aura became even stronger. "My 2 attendants, where are they?" When Wang Lin entered the barracks, he had spread out his divine sense and didn't find Shi San and Hu Pao. At this moment, he was only a dozen steps away from the burly man in black armor. Waves of powerful pressure rushed towards the burly man in black armor like a wild beast. He wanted to hold on. As a commander, If he was shaken by the aura of a commander, he would definitely lose his position, even though this commander's cultivation level had already surpassed his. Wang Lin could tell at a glance that the other party was on the verge of resisting. He suddenly sped up and took 7 steps in a row. The burly man in black armor felt Wang Lin's aura increase like crazy in these 7 steps. It was like a mountain rising from the ground. He could no longer resist and involuntarily took a step back. The burly man took a step back and his aura weakened. Under this, Wang Lin's aura increased like crazy and reached an unimaginable peak in an instant. Not good. The burly man's expression changed. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He moved like a bolt of lightning and charged at the burly man in black armor. His cultivation at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul was revealed at this moment. As the burly man retreated, he clenched his fists and punched them together. There was a thunderous rumble that spread out from his body. At the same time, the demonic spiritual energy in his body surged, and a black tortoise about 1,000 feet tall appeared behind him. The black tortoise's back was covered in countless spikes, and it had a long tail with even more spikes. When it swung, it seemed like it could break space and create black lines. Wang Lin stepped through the air like lightning and raised his thumb to release the finger of death. After Wang Lin's cultivation reached the peak late stage of soul transformation, the power of the finger of death had increased several-fold. If it wasn't for the fact that the surrounding demon soldiers had already scattered, even their flesh and demonic spiritual energy would have been absorbed. Although the demon soldiers had scattered, some of their demonic spiritual energy was still absorbed by the finger of death. At this moment, waves of demonic spiritual energy rushed into Wang Lin's thumb. There were a few demon soldiers that didn't know Wang Lin and weren't too far away. At this moment, their flesh and blood began to churn, and their essence was released from their orifices. Fortunately, their companions saw this and immediately pulled them away, saving them from death. Under Wang Lin's finger of death, the entire barracks fell into darkness. The sound rippled from the burly man's fists immediately collapsed. Wang Lin's thumb didn't stop at all and pressed forward with his body. At this moment, it was as if everything within 50 kilometers had gathered on this finger. As the finger of death descended, the burly man in black armor had the illusion that he was fighting against the heavens. The burly man let out a roar, and his body instantly fused with the black tortoise. His eyes revealed a demonic light. At this moment, in the demon spirit land, this was the first time Wang Lin had seen the demonic spiritual energy of the local demons. The moment the burly man fused with the black tortoise seemed to come to life. It let out a roar, and its tail shot out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and the finger of death collided with the black tortoise's tail. The black tortoise's tail collapsed inch by inch and affected its entire body. The gap between peak soul transformation and late-stage soul transformation was like a ravine that ordinary people couldn't cross. Not to mention the fact that Wang Lin's spells were already very powerful. This finger of his was infinitely close to the ascendant stage. The black tortoise's body collapsed, and the burly man's black armor shattered. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps. His body trembled, and he knelt down on one knee. Demonic spiritual energy spells have their own advantages. Wang Lin coldly looked at the burly man. If it was a cultivator, even if they didn't die from this finger, their cultivation level would be affected. Although the burly man looked seriously injured, his foundation wasn't damaged. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and Sima Yan's body flew over and was caught. "Where's my follower?" Wang Lin's voice was like the cold winter wind that blew into Sima Yan's ears. "I'm going to have my chrysanthemum burst. If my chrysanthemum is burst, then tomorrow I'll change the 18 plum restriction to the 18 chrysanthemum restriction." Chapter 563. Sima Yan's body trembled. When this voice entered his ears, it immediately caused his entire body to feel cold. Half a year after you left, the two of them disappeared. I don't know where they went either. Wang Lin coldly looked at Sima Yan. He didn't waste any more words with this person. Two fingers on his left hand formed a sword, and he suddenly pointed it between this person's eyebrows. Wang Lin once again used the soul-searching art. Sima Yin's body violently twitched, and blood flowed out of his orifices. His eyes bulged out as if they were about to explode. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to search Sima Yin's mind. Sima Yin's memories from the past year were immediately revealed to Wang Lin. Half a year after he left, Shi San and Hu Pao had an argument. Hu Pao didn't plan on continuing to wait and prepared to leave the camp to return to the tribe. As for Shi San, he was determined to wait here for Wang Lin to return. In the end, Hu Pao left. However, he didn't succeed. Sima Yin had easily captured Hu Pao and used the excuse of violating military rules to cripple his cultivation and throw him into the Black Dungeon. 3 months after Hu Pao entered the Black Dungeon, he mysteriously disappeared. The Black Dungeon was heavily guarded. Even Sima Yin didn't know how Hu Pao disappeared. As for Shi San, when Sima Yin had captured Hu Pao, he had helped Hu Pao. However, in the end, he was no match for Sima Yin. All of his bones and tendons were crushed, and he was about to be thrown into the Black Dungeon as well. However, he was seen by the commander and taken away the dying Shi San. These memories appeared in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he was so angry that he laughed. He repeatedly said 3 good words. The coldness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He looked at Sima Yin, whose eyes were bulging and his pupils were unfocused. He activated the celestial slaughter art, and Sima Yin's body began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several breaths of time, Sima Yin's body collapsed with a bang, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that scattered everywhere. At the same time, strands of gray energy floated out from those pieces of flesh and blood and gathered between Wang Lin's fingers. It was very difficult to refine the immortal massacre art. This time, under the fury of Wang Lin, he had refined it from Sima Yin. After killing Sima Yin, Wang Lin looked towards the nearby black-armored man. In Sima Yin's memories, it was this person who had taken away the dying Shi San. Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived in front of the burly man. He said coldly, "Where is Shi San?" The black-armored man raised his head and stared at Wang Lin. After a long silence, he said, "The person you're talking about is the barbarian who was crippled by Sima Yin half a year ago. If it's him, then it's useless for you to look for me. Many years ago, Lord Demon General had ordered us to find some people with strong bodies. That barbarian had all the demonic chi in his body and used a strange method to refine his body. The strength of his body met Lord Demon General's requirements. After I saw that barbarian, I healed his injuries and then gave him to Lord Demon General. Commander Wang, if you have the ability, you don't need to show off here. Do you dare to ask Lord Demon General for help? Don't worry, this matter involves the Demon General, so I won't lie." The burly man looked at Wang Lin and sneered. "You saved Shi San and then gave him to the Demon General. Your merits offset your demerits, so I won't kill you." Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he took a step forward and turned into a cloud of green smoke. He flew toward the palace at the center of ancient Demon City where the Demon General was. When the black-armored man spoke, he was ready to go all out. He had been defeated by Wang Lin, so he didn't plan on living. However, after hearing this, he was startled. He looked up at the green smoke that Wang Lin had turned into. He hesitated for a bit and said, "Lord Demon General went into closed-door cultivation half a year ago, so all the transfer arrays have been sealed. If you want to go, you can only break into the palace. That's all I have to say." After he finished speaking, he touched his chest and walked into the distance. His injuries were serious, so he needed to go into closed-door cultivation to recover. Wang Lin turned into a cloud of green smoke and spread out his divine sense. All the transfer arrays in ancient Demon City that led to the Demon General were closed. They were closed from the inside and had nothing to do with the restrictions. Unless the Demon General opened them from the inside, they couldn't be transferred. I was the one who brought Shi San and Hu Pao to ancient Demon City, but I implicated them. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Before he left, he didn't think he would fall asleep in the cave and accidentally harm San and Hu Pao. In this world, there are things that should be done and things that shouldn't be done. Cultivators seek to live forever and escape the fate of the heavens. They should avoid disaster and welcome the fate of the heavens. San and Hu Pao have nothing to do with me. For them, I broke into the palace and rebelled against the demon general, which is the same as rebelling against the sky demon country. There is a saying that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. This is not worth it. However, as I, Wang Lin, walk the world, I don't seek to follow the rules and accept the heavens' Tao. I only seek to live my life with a clear conscience. I'm not a gentleman, nor am I a villain. I'm not sincere, nor am I a hypocrite. It's just that there are some things in the world that I must do for my own sake. From this point of view, I'm not suitable to become a cultivator. However, there are some things that I must do. If I don't save San, then I, Wang Lin, will spend my life pursuing Tao. What Tao will I pursue? Wang Lin looked up at the sky and made up his mind. There were 6 doors from the army camp to the demon general's palace. If there were no transfer arrays, then one would have to break through them one by one to enter. Inside and outside the 6 gates, there was a tight security. Furthermore, this place was enveloped by a formation, so teleportation was impossible. Wang Lin appeared outside the 6th door. The 6th door was about 100 feet tall and was connected to the outer wall. There were flashes of restriction light coming from the door. Just as Wang Lin appeared, a shout came from the guards below the door. "Incomer, stop and quickly leave. If you take another step, you will be killed without mercy." Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes became cold. He took a deep breath and touched his bag of holding. The celestial sword immediately flew out and circled around him. Su Ligua's roars came from inside the celestial sword. The moment the celestial sword appeared, the eyes of the guards outside the 6th door were filled with killing intent as they stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step forward, and the guards immediately rushed forward. They released their demonic energy to stop Wang Lin. Facing these demon soldiers, Wang Lin didn't stop. He stepped forward step by step. The celestial sword whistled through the air. Anyone who tried to stop Wang Lin would have to face the celestial sword energy first. Waves of miserable cries echoed as Wang Lin jumped onto the celestial sword and charged toward the 6th door. Before he arrived, the celestial sword energy had already shot out and landed on the 6th door. Boom! The 6th gate shattered and turned into countless fragments that flew backwards. The thousands of demon soldiers in the square between the 6th gate and the 5th gate were immediately pushed back by the fragments. When the 6th door shattered, Wang Lin walked in. "I want to see the demon general." His voice was calm, but there was a sense of majesty in it that slowly spread out. "Kill!" A murderous roar came from the demon soldiers on the square. Their mission was to kill all intruders while the demon general was in closed-door cultivation. Facing thousands of demon soldiers, Wang Lin's expression was calm and his eyes were cold. He jumped off the celestial sword, formed a seal, and waved his hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared and formed a vortex. The vortex covered the square and forced a path through the demon soldiers. Wang Lin crossed the square and arrived before the 5th door. His body didn't stop at all. His right hand formed a seal, gathered celestial spiritual energy, and pressed down on the 5th door. The 5th gate collapsed, and the powerful impact caused the fragments of the gate to scatter in all directions like a storm. Behind the 5th door, the tens of thousands of demon soldiers already knew about the human palace and were waiting. The moment the 5th door collapsed, the tens of thousands of demon soldiers let out a roar. At the same time, their demonic spiritual energy gathered in a strange way to form a powerful demonic energy. The moment the 5th door shattered, this demonic energy charged out like crazy. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, facing this demonic energy, he had to take a few steps back to avoid it. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, and the 3 nameless sword scabbards he got from Suzuka flew out. Shortly after, 3 rays of sword energy came out from the scabbards. They were like three angry dragons that charged into the fifth door and collided with the demonic energy. Thunderous rumbles echoed, as if the earth was shaking. Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of lightning. The celestial sword opened the path, and he stepped into the fifth door. The tens of thousands of demon soldiers formed a wall that stopped Wang Lin from moving forward. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he took out the restriction flag. Countless restrictions turned into black gas that circled around his body like black dragons. Using the sword energy from the scabbards, the celestial sword glow, and the black gas from the restriction flag, Wang Lin charged forward like a hot knife through butter. At this moment, the demon soldiers outside the fifth door also charged in and surrounded Wang Lin from behind. "Sir Demon General, Wang Lin requests an audience." Wang Lin's voice echoed. He believed that even if the Demon General was in seclusion, he would still be able to hear it. However, as time passed, the Demon General showed no reaction. At this moment, Wang Lin was surrounded by demon soldiers. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't take the initiative to kill along the way, but at this moment, he had no choice but to kill. Facing the encirclement, Wang Lin raised his thumb and unleashed the power of the Finger of Death. The heavens and earth changed colors as all the demon soldiers within 100 zhang immediately withered. The demonic energy from their flesh was poured into Wang Lin's thumb. Wang Lin's body was like a ray of lightning as he charged toward the fourth door. Along the way, no one could stop him. In a flash, his thumb pressed down on the fourth door. The 4 doors collapsed. At that instant, an old figure stepped out from the fourth door. A powerful demonic energy turned into a giant python that charged toward Wang Lin. "Back off!" At the same time, an ancient voice could be heard. Wang Lin's thumb collided with the giant python formed by the demonic energy. At that instant, Wang Lin's body took a step back. The giant python let out a roar as its body collapsed. After the giant python collapsed, the old figure let out a groan and was forced back a few steps before stabilizing his body. Wang Lin took a step forward and passed through the fourth door. In front of him, apart from the countless demon soldiers, there was also a white-haired old man. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. He was the one who went to the black armor camp with the steward more than a year ago. The old man's face was pale and filled with disbelief. He had seen Wang Lin more than a year ago. At that time, Wang Lin's cultivation level was similar to his, but today, Wang Lin's cultivation level had increased greatly. If it wasn't for the fact that he borrowed the power of the demon weapon and released all the seals in his body, Wang Lin wouldn't have even taken a step back. As Wang Lin stepped into this place, the power of the Finger of Death was displayed once again. The old man let out a roar, and the demonic energy in his body surged. The giant python appeared once again. He merged with the giant python and charged toward Wang Lin once again. "Since Sir Demon General doesn't want to see you, don't blame Wang for starting a massacre." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. The gray chi between his fingers immediately spread out and merged with his surroundings. His eyes suddenly released a dense, red glow that contained monstrous, killing intent. At this moment, Wang Lin used the celestial slaughter art without any hesitation. Slaughter energy filled the world. Wang Lin didn't fight the giant python, but charged into the demon soldiers like lightning. With a wave of his hand, spells would appear and demon soldiers would die. Along with the demon soldiers from the 5 and 6 doors behind him, tens of thousands of demon soldiers surrounded Wang Lin and charged at him. Their demonic energy surged, and they worked together to form formations. Once these formations were formed, they would gather all the demonic energy from the demon soldiers. Sometimes they would turn into demonic beasts. Sometimes they would turn into demonic treasures. Thunderous rumbles and bursts of colorful spells filled the area as they attacked Wang Lin. Facing these demon soldiers, Wang Lin deeply understood that in the demon spirit land, the power of one person couldn't defy the heavens. Unless one's cultivation level was monstrous, it would be very difficult for one person to charge out of the formation formed by countless demon soldiers unless they had monstrous spells. He could kill one person 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people. However, after killing them, his celestial spiritual energy would be exhausted. Wang Lin's treasures, celestial sword, half-moon blade, restriction flag, and sword sheath were all controlled by his divine sense to unleash endless slaughter. Compared to these treasures, his celestial slaughter art had a great advantage. Every time he killed someone, his celestial slaughter art would gain a sliver of power. Although not one person among 100 could condense the gray gas, as the slaughter continued, it would shrink. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he continued to use various spells. However, there were simply too many demon soldiers around, and after their demonic spiritual energy fused together, the demonic spiritual energy they used was also very powerful. As a result, even though Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, the celestial spiritual energy in his body was rapidly being consumed. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a large amount of celestial jades flew out and circled around him. He inhaled, and all of the celestial jades turned to dust. The celestial spiritual energy entered his body and quickly replenished the celestial spiritual energy he had consumed. As the cycle continued, a large amount of celestial jades were consumed. Demonic finger. Wang Lin didn't activate the demonic spiritual energy in his body. Instead, he used his peak late-stage soul transformation cultivation to use the second killing move. The moment the demonic spiritual energy appeared, the demonic spiritual energy in the area was pushed away by a surge of demonic spiritual energy. Wang Lin's right index finger was like the king of hell. With one finger, the area within 1,000 feet was filled with explosions. Countless demon soldiers were pierced by the demonic spiritual energy and immediately self-destructed. Bursts of blood light dyed the sky and earth. Wang Lin stepped forward and opened a bloody path through the tens of thousands of demon soldiers toward the third door. With a point of his finger, the blood on the ground turned into a blood dragon that rushed out along the demonic finger. The old man that had turned into a giant python wanted to stop the blood dragon, but in the instant that he tried, his body exploded with a bang. He had died to the demonic spiritual energy. The blood dragon created by the demonic spiritual energy landed on the third door. After a thunderous rumble, the third door collapsed. As it collapsed, more than 10,000 demon soldiers charged out. Among these demon soldiers were 5 white-haired old men. Their gazes were like lightning as they locked onto Wang Lin as the demon soldiers charged out. Wang Lin let out a sigh. With his strength, getting here was already his limit. The 5 old men that came out were no weaker than late-stage soul transformation cultivators. Adding in the tens of thousands of demon soldiers, Wang Lin knew that if he wanted to break through the second door, he would have to use the last move of all his spells, the killing move that Situ Nin taught him. It was the most powerful spell Wang Lin had learned, the third killing move that was infinitely close to a low-quality celestial spell. In the demon spirit land, military power is the most important. If I had hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers no weaker than core formation cultivators, then even an ascendant cultivator would lose. If I had tens of millions of demon soldiers no weaker than core formation cultivators, along with some commanders and generals, then with the help of formations, I would even dare to battle a late-stage ascendant cultivator. Similarly, if I had the demon emperor's country and gathered hundreds of millions of demon soldiers, then even if I had a cultivator at the ethereal and corporeal yin and yang stage, I wouldn't have to fear them. As Wang Lin let out a sigh, he faced the tens of thousands of demon soldiers and the 5 old men that were equivalent to late-stage soul transformation cultivators. He raised his right pinky and slowly swept it in a circle. Underworld finger. Wang Lin softly spat out these 2 words. Underworld finger, the killing move of the 3 killing moves. It was infinitely close to a low-quality celestial spell. Even Situ Nan was very hesitant when he taught it to Wang Lin. With a tap of his finger, the sky suddenly darkened. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared, streaking across the horizon. At the same time, the entire sky seemed to be pushed aside by a hand, and a huge landscape painting appeared, covering the horizon. This underworld finger triggered Wang Lin's domain spell. Bursts of gray gas came from the painting and fused together at an unimaginable speed to form another underworld finger. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and gray gas surrounded his body. It reflected the underworld finger in the sky. With one point, the tens of thousands of demon soldiers surrounding Wang Lin all stopped. Strands of gray gas came out from their heads and quickly fused with the underworld finger in the sky. At the same time, Wang Lin's body rose into the air and he fused with the underworld finger. At this moment, only this finger remained in the world. Underworld finger. After fusing with the underworld finger, Wang Lin charged out toward the second gate. Although the 5 old men with cultivation levels equivalent to late-stage soul transformation cultivators were shocked by the underworld finger, they still clenched their teeth and charged out to block Wang Lin. However, they still underestimated the power of the underworld finger. Back when Wang Lin was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he used the underworld finger to fight against Sun Tao, who was at the mid-stage of ascendant. Although he lost, this finger shocked Sun Tao greatly. At this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation level had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. When he used the underworld finger, it was enough to threaten ascendant cultivators. This was Wang Lin's real killing move. With one finger, the 5 old men coughed out blood and involuntarily retreated. They couldn't stop Wang Lin at all. Before Wang Lin even got close, the second gate collapsed under his underworld finger. There were no demon soldiers inside the second gate. Only one person. This person was short, but his eyes were like lightning. The moment the second gate collapsed and Wang Lin's underworld finger descended, the short man let out a roar. His hands formed a seal like a cultivator and pushed forward. A sound like a storm sweeping through the earth echoed. Wang Lin's underworld finger stopped 3 inches away from the short man's hands and formed a fist-sized ball between the short man's hands. This ball was completely white, and there were countless black bolts of lightning flashing inside. The short man lasted for 3 breaths of time before his body was pushed back, leaving behind 2 deep marks on the ground. He didn't retreat on his own, but was pushed back by Wang Lin's underworld finger. He had to retreat. If he continued to hold on, he knew that he wouldn't be able to block this finger. If he tried to block it, his body would collapse. With this retreat, he retreated more than 1,000 feet. The short man let out a roar and forced himself to stop. Wang Lin's underworld finger was 3 inches away from him, and it was like a vortex that continued to absorb his vitality. Commander Wang, I'm the #1 commander under the Demon General. What exactly do you want? I want to see the Demon General. Just as Wang Lin finished speaking, a large amount of gray gas came out from the tens of thousands of demon soldiers behind him. This gray gas was like old threads that entered Wang Lin's body from all directions. This was the power of the underworld finger. A large amount of gray gas entered Wang Lin's body. He knew that each strand of gray gas was a life. The power of the Yellow Springs finger instantly reached a new peak with these gray gas bodies. The short man could clearly feel the power of this peak. His expression changed greatly, and he retreated again. This time, his body was pushed into the first gate. There was a loud bang, and the first gate collapsed. At the same time, the short man coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body was thrown far away. The moment he was thrown away, a tall figure stepped out from the first gate. This person didn't say a word and directly raised his fist to meet Wang Lin's underworld finger. In almost an instant, Wang Lin clearly felt the battle intent inside this punch. 10 collapse fist intent. Like a flood, it swept out. 1 collapse, 2 collapses, 3 collapses. In the blink of an eye, the 10 collapse fist intent was like a raging wave, each wave stronger than the last. 7 collapse, 8 collapse, 9 collapse. The endless fist intent seemed to fuse with the heavens and earth as it smashed down. At this moment, Wang Lin's underworld finger was filled with gray gas, and the killing intent in his eyes was monstrous. 10 collapse. There was a loud rumble. The ground around Wang Lin and the figure seemed to be lifted up and rapidly spread out. It formed a wave that was like the surface of the sea that spread out for 5 kilometers. These two chapters were connected quite a bit. I don't like looking at them separately, so I combined them. Please protect the chrysanthemum. I endured yesterday, and now I have to face being blown up again. When will this end? Chapter 565. The demon general's body trembled violently. The demon waves around him surged and rotated in front of him. At this moment, the entire world before him was replaced by this palm print. The moment this palm print appeared, it descended from the sky. A feeling of being unable to win, unable to resist, and even unable to dodge suddenly appeared in his heart. It was as if this palm was the heavens and earth. This palm could destroy the world. This palm could destroy all life. This feeling filled the demon general's heart, and his body uncontrollably trembled. Although this palm hadn't landed yet, just the aura alone had destroyed his will to fight. The demon general struggled and let out a roar. A sense of unwillingness appeared in his heart as he looked up at the descending palm print. His will to fight surged like crazy. Even if you are the heavens and earth, I will fight. Even if you can destroy the world, I will fight. Even if you can destroy all life, you will not be able to destroy the will to fight in my heart. His body suddenly rose up from the ground and let out an unyielding roar that shook the heavens and earth. The demonic waves around him turned into countless sea dragons that soared into the sky. When the palm print landed, the demon general's will to fight reached its peak. However, at this moment, it was like a gentle breeze. The palm swept past his body without any change. The demon general was startled. This kind of expression hadn't appeared on his face in a very long time. What followed was the uncontrollable, lingering fear of death. You are already dead. Wang Lin landed from the sky and looked at the demon general. The demon general's expression was complicated as he looked at Wang Lin. A trace of doubt appeared in his heart as he slowly asked, "What kind of spell is this?" Wang Lin's expression was calm as he calmly said, "This spell has no name." The demon general pondered for a bit. The demon waves around him quickly returned to his body and disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "You haven't learned this spell yet." Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He only said one sentence. "You could try again." The demon general's expression flickered. Although he suspected that this divine ability was illusory and didn't have any actual attack, it was just a suspicion. Even if he was 90% suspicious, he didn't dare to take the risk when he thought of that moment of life and death just now. When he recalled that palm strike, his heart still trembled. "This is your ultimate move," the demon general said after a long silence. Wang Lin did not explain. He knew that the more he explained, the more flaws there would be. This move was illusory, and in reality, anyone who saw it would have doubts in their hearts. But doubts were doubts, and they would never be able to confirm it. So, he didn't say anything and just looked at her calmly. The demon general sighed. In the end, he didn't have the courage to bet 90% on the truth. If this was true, there would be a matter of life and death. I'm afraid that with this person's cultivation level, if he truly used this spell, he would suffer a great backlash. His body might not be able to withstand it and collapse. That's why he only used an illusory palm strike. This was the only explanation the demon general could come up with. However, his suspicion still existed, but he was forcefully suppressing it. "Where is San?" Wang Lin calmly asked. "I need 18 people with strong enough bodies to refine my treasure." This closed-door cultivation was to refine these 18 people. Your follower, San, was at the back, so he hasn't been refined yet. You came to me for this person. Since you are a commander, I can return him to you. However, you killed tens of thousands of my demon soldiers and destroyed 5 kilometers of my city. This matter cannot be easily forgotten, the demon general slowly said. After hearing this, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all, and he asked, "What do you want?" The demon general stared at Wang Lin and said, "In 3 months, I need to return to the capital of the Sky Demon Country, Sky Demon City, to report. At that time, there will be a competition among the demon generals. If you agree to help me, then I won't pursue the matter of you killing my demon soldiers. Otherwise, even if I die, you won't be able to establish yourself in the Sky Demon Country." At this moment, he already considered Wang Lin as someone who could stand on equal footing with him. Even if he didn't use that illusory palm strike, just the fact that Wang Lin was able to break his 10-collapse fist intent and withstand the waves of the Demon Sea was enough to make Wang Lin's position in the Demon General's eyes rise like crazy. This person's cultivation level is the same as mine. If it wasn't for the fact that his spells can't compare to mine, then this battle would be extremely difficult. Thinking about spells, he couldn't help but think about that palm strike. The thought that Wang Lin's spells weren't as good as his immediately disappeared. Compared to that palm strike, my spells are nothing. I'm afraid only the Demon Emperor can resist that spell. The Demon General sighed. Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. The Demon General let out a laugh. With this laugh, all of the unhappiness from before disappeared. He smiled and said, "Good. From today on, you'll be the first vice general on my left wing, Mo Lehigh. If I enter the top 3 demon generals in the capital, I'll help you ask the Demon Emperor for a general position. At that time, you will have a city to yourself and 100,000 demon soldiers. You will have an advantage over most outsiders." As he spoke, his right hand reached out and a black vortex appeared. The black vortex was filled with stars. Demon General Mo Lehigh casually pointed, and one of the stars shattered. San's body flew out from the vortex and landed before Wang Lin. His words were to appease Wang Lin. By using the position of general to attract Wang Lin would use his full strength to help him. At the same time, he didn't use San to threaten him, which made him seem more open and honest. Treating Wang Lin this way was considered sincerity. However, all of this was after he saw Wang Lin's strength and felt the power of that palm. That was why he was treating Wang Lin like this. Although he had his doubts about that palm strike, doubts would always remain doubts. As long as he wasn't sure, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. The smarter the person, the more he was like this. Although the Demon General looked rough on the outside, he wasn't stupid. It could even be said that his intelligence wasn't any less than Wang Lin's. "I'll be back in 3 months." Wang Lin scanned San with his divine sense and found that San wasn't injured at all. He was only unconscious. His right hand reached out, grabbed San, and disappeared into the sky. The Demon General had his hands behind his back as he looked at the sky. After pondering for a bit, he shook his head. The old men with cultivation levels equivalent to late-stage soul transformation cultivators rushed over. After the 5 of them saw the battle just now, their hearts were pounding and they couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. Now that Wang Lin had left, the 5 of them were able to recover. One of the old men said, "Demon General, I think that person's palm strike is fake. If my lord were to make a move, he would definitely be able to capture and kill that person. Even though I know that there's a 90% chance that this person is bluffing, I still can't make up my mind to take the risk. If he really only knows how to use an illusory palm strike, then to make me hesitate like this, he is very smart. To be able to do this, to be able to mix real and fake, this person can't be underestimated. Also, 1 year ago, when this person broke my 10-collapse fist intent, he used a secret technique to break the 7th collapse. 1 year later, his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. He disappeared with Commander Yao, but only he came back. There must be some secrets behind this. However, this matter has nothing to do with me," the Demon General slowly said. His words were directed at the 5 of them, but more than that, he was muttering to himself. The 5 of them silently pondered as they looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to along with the Demon General. A complex emotion uncontrollably appeared in their hearts. While Wang Lin was in the air, his divine sense spread out, and he found the Black Prison in Lucky Demon City. His body flashed, and he brought the unconscious Sher San to the Black Prison. This Black Prison was under ancient Demon City. Although there was a formation here, aside from the depths of the Black Prison, there was no other place that could restrict Wang Lin. With Hu Pao's identity, it was impossible for him to be locked in the depths. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he couldn't find any trace of Hu Pao. He let out a sigh and disappeared. Wang Lin moved very fast. After his cultivation reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, his speed was several times faster than before. Even though he was carrying Hu Pao, it didn't take long for him to return to the soul refining tribe from ancient Demon City. Dozens of kilometers away from the soul refining tribe, there was a flash of light, and Wang Lin appeared. Before him was the soul refining tribe. Although the soul refining tribe hadn't expanded in the past year, the tribe members have been constantly cultivating. The surrounding 5 kilometers was the territory of the soul refining tribe. Up in the sky, there was a thick black fog. From time to time, there would be souls shuttling back and forth in this black fog, whistling sounds echoing in the air. Inside the soul refining tribe, everyone was used to this constant sound. The more mournful the sound was, the more soul fragments there were. In the soul refining tribe, most of the people were cultivating. Soul banners fluttered in front of them, and one soul after another flew out and fused into the black mist in the sky. At the same time, there were also souls that flew back and fused into the soul banner. After Wang Lin appeared, he took a step forward and moved like lightning toward the soul refining tribe. Along the way, he had a smile on his face. He had already noticed more than 10 people hiding in different locations within a few dozen kilometers, carefully observing their surroundings. He was familiar with most of these people. Their duty was to guard the tribe. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that within 50 kilometers, there were hundreds of people guarding the tribe like this. It didn't take long for Wang Lin to get close to the tribe. When he was 1,000 feet away from the tribe, he stopped and a gust of wind blew from behind him. The moment he stopped, someone immediately saw Wang Lin. They were startled for a moment before revealing a look of ecstasy. Ancestor! An exclamation filled with joy jolted many people awake. Then, almost in an instant, all the clansmen who were cultivating stood up. Ouyang Hua turned into a cloud of black fog and charged out of the tribe. He stopped 100 feet away from Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Welcome back, Ancestor." At the same time, all the tribe members knelt down and said, "Welcome back, Ancestor." Chapter 566. The valley at the center of the soul refining tribe was a place that belonged to Wang Lin. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the valley. Before him, Sher San was kneeling on one knee with an excited expression. It had been 3 days since Wang Lin returned to the soul refining tribe, and Sher San had been awakened by his spell. After waking up, the first thing Sher San saw was Wang Lin. The excitement in his heart immediately filled his body. Wang Lin learned about what had happened in the past year from Sher San. When he mentioned Hu Pao, Wang Lin let out a sigh. Hu Pao had disappeared in the Black Prison, and there were many clues about this. His divine sense had swept through Lucky Demon City, but with his peak late-stage soul transformation cultivation, he hadn't found any trace of Hu Pao. Hu Pao cultivated the soul refining spell that he had taught him, and the final control was in Wang Lin's hands. However, at this moment, Wang Lin couldn't find any trace of Hu Pao's soul in his divine sense. If Hu Pao isn't dead, then he must be in a strange place. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't be able to detect him. Wang Lin pondered a bit and stopped thinking about Hu Pao. He had already done his best. He raised his head and looked at Sher San. One of the main reasons he had brought Hu Pao and Sher San to ancient Demon City was to test them. If the two of them passed the test, Wang Lin would teach them new spells. For example, Hu Pao's soul refining spell wasn't the only spell. There was also the soul extracting spell. However, this soul extracting spell was a lot more advanced than the soul refining spell. Although it had been modified by Wang Lin, he wouldn't easily teach it to others. As for Sher San, The idea of teaching this person the ancient god tactic had only flashed through his mind before he immediately rejected it. The ancient god tactic could not be taught to others. However, during this year, San had passed Wang Lin's test with flying colors. Wang Lin could feel that this person would be loyal to him for at least a few decades. When Wang Lin was in Suzuku, he had dealt with the giant demon clan many times. When he killed the giant demon clan ancestor, he had obtained his bag of holding. Aside from a small bottle of God Ji's blood and a trace of Yin Yudao's origin soul, there were also some jades. Among these jades, one of them recorded a spell called the Giant Spirit 9 cultivation method. Back then, Wang Lin only took a quick glance at it and didn't take it seriously. Now that he looked at 13, he touched his bag of holding and a green jade appeared in his hand. This is it. Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense. The Giant Spirit 9 cultivation method had a total of 9 levels, and they were all body refining spells. After memorizing the 9 levels, Wang Lin erased the last 3 levels, leaving only the first 6, and threw them at San. San excitedly caught the jade. His gratitude toward Wang Lin couldn't be described with words. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed a few times, and said, "Ancestor, San will only listen to you in this life. Protect the soul-refining tribe well. Go." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a gentle breeze picked up San's body and sent him out of the valley. Wang Lin sat by himself inside the valley. The sky was filled with black fog. This black fog was formed by the 1 billion soul flag. It was very effective to use it to nurture the soul. When I was in ancient demon city, I could leave the 1 billion soul flag here to nurture the soul. However, in 3 months, I'll be going to the capital of the sky demon country. The distance is too far, so I can't leave the flag here. Wang Lin looked up at the black fog in the sky. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. At this moment, far to the west of the soul-refining valley, there was a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even after crossing most of the sky demon country, there was an endless desert. This place was infamous in the demon spirit land. Rumor has it that countless years ago, this was an ancient battlefield in the demon spirit land. The surrounding millions of kilometers were covered in broken corpses, and the ground was dark red. Just looking at it would cause one to feel a powerful sense of pressure. There was an invisible restriction around this ancient battlefield. This restriction separated this place from the outside world. At this moment, within the ancient battlefield, there was a young man sitting cross-legged. Before him, there were over 100 little black flags. These flags fluttered even though there was no wind. One by one, souls flew out from the flags and circled around the area. A black fog surrounded his body. This fog wasn't thick, but its appearance caused a large amount of soul fragments that had been sleeping for countless years to awaken. Every time a soul was awakened, a tyrannical black gas would rush out from the ground and merge with the black mist. After circling around a few times, it would drill into a small flag. There was an old man wearing a black robe, standing 1,000 feet away from the young man. He coldly looked at the young man, and after one incense stick of time, he calmly said, "Okay, stop." Hearing this, the young man immediately formed a seal with his hand. The small flags shined with a black light and landed in his hand. At this moment, the young man opened his eyes. The moment he saw the old man, he immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Hu Pao greets benefactor." The old man nodded and said, "Very good. If you can refine all the soul fragments in this ancient battlefield, then with the power of your soul flag, you can go anywhere in the demon spirit land." Hu Pao's face was filled with excitement as he said, "All of this was given to me by benefactor. You saved my life, taught me the Shun technique, and brought me here to refine the soul fragments. Hu Pao will remember all of this." The old man's expression was still cold as he said, "If it wasn't for the fact that your cultivation method is strange and the old man has never seen it before, I wouldn't have saved you. In addition, your previous master reappeared at ancient demon city and fought with the demon general to save San. I was a step too late." Hu Pao revealed a complicated expression and said, If I refine all the soul fragments here, the first thing I'll do is kill this Wang Lin." The old man looked at Hu Pao and said, "After all, he taught you the soul refining spell. Why are you so determined to kill him?" Hu Pao silently pondered. After a while, he sneered and said, "Although this person taught me the spell, he had ulterior motives. If not for him, how could I have been thrown into the dark prison by that Sima Yin?" During those months in the dark prison, I began to hope that Wang Lin would appear and save me. However, that hope was erased by the bitter life in the dark prison. Where was he when I was being tortured? Where was he when I was being bullied? In the end, all of my expectations for him turned into hatred. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up like this? Luckily, my benefactor saved me. The moment I walked out of Black Prison, I swore that I would never be a slave again. The old man's cold face gradually revealed a smile, and he said, "Good to have such a decisive thought. You are indeed worthy of being the person that the old man likes." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and took a step forward. Then he turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Hu Pao clenched his fists as he looked into the distance and muttered, "Sure San is a simple person, but he was bewitched by that Wang Lin." During those months in the dark prison, I realized that this Wang Lin was just a pawn that I abandoned for Sure San. Wang Lin, one day, when I use the soul flag and release 10 million soul fragments, I want to see what kind of expression you will have. How will you resist my 10 million soul fragments? As long as I cultivate the world-extinguishing origin suppression art that Benefactor taught me to cultivate to the 4th level, I will have endless demonic energy. Wang Lin, Sima Yin, just you wait. Hu Pao's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, there was a tower that was completely black. That tower was hundreds of feet tall, and there were black rings of light around it. Those rings of light seemed to be able to absorb all the light in the world. From afar, it gave off a demonic and majestic aura. The black-robed old man's figure appeared before He Pei. He took a deep breath and stepped into the tower. At the top of the tower, he knelt down on both knees. In front of him was a set of armor. This armor was extremely ancient and didn't look like something from the modern era. If someone with a discerning eye was here, they would immediately recognize that this armor had an extraordinary origin. It was extremely well-preserved and completely black. There were countless patterns carved on it, and these patterns were clouds. These clouds were black at the moment, but they gave off a strange feeling. When the armor was put together from a distance, it looked as if someone was sitting there wearing armor. It gave off an irresistible sense of majesty. Bursts of mysterious aura came from the armor and filled the entire tower. 2 ghostly lights suddenly appeared from the helmet of the armor. It was as if a pair of eyes were looking at the old man. The moment the ghostly lights appeared, the world outside the tower trembled as if a celestial spirit had descended. The old man took a deep breath and respectfully said, "This subordinate has found out that the demon emperor of the Sky Demon Country, Sky Scorpion, should have broken through 1,000 years ago, but he was forced to stay." There was a flash of ghostly light from the armor, and an invisible cold aura came from the ghostly light. The old man's body trembled and cold sweat covered his face. After a long time, the ghostly light landed in the old man's eyes as if it was sending a message. After a few breaths of time, the ghostly light gradually dissipated and the armor returned to its original appearance. The mysterious aura around it disappeared. The old man's body was covered in sweat as he whispered, "Yes." After he finished speaking, he stood up and respectfully left the highest floor. On the first floor, the old man sat down again. This time, he was clearly relaxed. If this child, Hu Pao, absorbs a large amount of soul fragments, then with the mysterious soul refining technique, along with my cultivation method and pills, his cultivation level will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. At that time, I'll have him cultivate the 1-hour spell that Master passed down to him and condense all of his lifespan and potential into 1 hour. That way, he can become one of the demon guards. This soul refining technique is very mysterious, but I feel like there are some flaws in it. Unfortunately, Master hasn't awakened for long, so I can't trouble Master with such a small matter. If it wasn't for the fact that this person knows the soul refining technique, then with his talent and identity, he wouldn't be worthy enough for me to raise him as a demon guard. I'll temporarily use him as an experiment. If he succeeds, then I'll have to go take a look at the soul refining tribe. Chapter 567. Inside the valley of the soul refining tribe, Wang Lin touched his bag of holding with his right hand, and a restriction sphere flew out and landed beside him. After he formed a hand seal, the restriction sphere immediately grew in size. It blossomed like a flower and spread out. Inside, Yao Shishue was sitting cross-legged with a pale face. The life mark between her eyebrows was constantly flickering. Every time it flickered, a strand of vitality would enter her body, making it so that she would never die. Yao Shishue opened her eyes and stared viciously at Wang Lin. Her hatred for Wang Lin was endless. Wang Lin ignored Yao Shishue's gaze and calmly said, "Fellow cultivator Yao, have you considered Wang's proposal from last time?" Yao Shishue clenched her teeth. She couldn't sense the passage of time inside the restriction, but the more this was the case, the more helpless she felt. Although only a year had passed in the outside world, it felt like an eternity to her. Wang Lin glanced at Yao Shishue and softly said, "My patience is limited. I will only give you 3 chances. This time, you can choose not to answer, but the next time will be the 3rd time. If you still don't answer, then we will never meet again. Aren't you afraid of my father's pursuit?" Yao Shishue clenched her fists. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. "I am afraid. The blood ancestor's cultivation is far above mine. If I am pursued by him, I fear that I won't even have a chance to escape. However, I have no other choice. If you hadn't schemed against me, I wouldn't have plotted against you. This is all karma. If I let you go, I will also offend the blood ancestor. In that case, I might as well control you. Perhaps I will have a chance at survival. If you let me go, I swear that I will never tell my father about this. Moreover, the grudges between us will be written off." Yao Shishue said quickly. Wang Lin looked at Yao Shishue seriously and said, "I don't believe you." "You." Yao Shishue took a deep breath and said, "Just what do you want?" "According to my rules, if you answer my question, I will seal you for 50 years less." Wang Lin said. Yao Shishue lowered her head, a conflicted look in her eyes. Wang Lin was very patient and looked at him quietly. After the time for half an incense stick to burn, Yao Shishue raised her head and said in a cold voice, "Even if you seal me with my father's divine ability, he'll surely be able to find me. At that time, I'll personally watch as my father shatters your body, extract your soul, refine it, and lock it in the netherworld. I'll let you know what living is worse than death." Wang Lin sighed and said, "You've wasted a second chance. I hope that you'll cherish the next one." With that, his eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, directly arriving in front of Yao Shishue. His right hand reached forward and directly pinched Yao Shishue's chin. With a bit of force, Yao Shishue's mouth was immediately forced open. Yao Shishue's face was pale. She wanted to struggle, but her body was powerless. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a faint smile. 2 of his left hand's fingers reached into Yao Shishue's mouth. When he took it out, there was a small red needle between his fingers. You used the last bit of essence in your primordial spirit to make this needle. If you're given a bit more time, you might really be able to use this needle to cut off the life force of the seal and kill yourself inside the seal. As Wang Lin spoke, he pinched the red needle. The small red needle instantly shattered, turned into a bloody mist, and dissipated. Yao Shishue's body trembled. Her gaze toward Wang Lin could no longer be described as vicious. "Wang Lin, if there's a day when I escape, I'll definitely use the cruelest methods in the world to torture you." Yao Shishue took a deep breath. Her eyes revealed a rare clarity as she looked at Wang Lin and softly said. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible force rising from Yao Shishue's body. All the hatred she had for Wang Lin gradually condensed, transformed, and gradually broke through the void. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "It seems that there are still too few restrictions on your body." He waved his right hand in front of him. With a gentle breeze, the clothes on Yao Shishue's body turned into nothing like dust and were blown away by the wind. What appeared before Wang Lin was an extremely alluring figure. Wang Lin carefully looked up and down. Yao Shishue's eyes still maintained the clarity that she had displayed earlier. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, it looked a bit sluggish. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He reached out his right hand and tapped a few times on Yao Shishue's body. Every time he tapped, it was a sensitive spot on Yao Shishue's body. Every time his fingertips touched, a stream of celestial force entered Yao Shishue's body. Gradually, Yao Shishue's body turned slightly red. The clarity in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with endless humiliation and viciousness. Wang Lin, you're despicable and shameless. I, Yao Shishue, will never forgive you in this life. The viciousness in Yao Shishue's eyes was monstrous as she screamed hysterically. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This Yao Shishue's talent was astonishing. Just now, this woman had turned her hatred for him into a kind of enlightenment. Using hatred as the path of humanity was the reason why her eyes were clear. If she really used her power, then just the life force seal wouldn't be enough to completely seal this woman. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to remove the woman's clothes and use his finger to stimulate her until the clarity in her eyes disappeared, destroying her human path state. There are too few seals on your body, Wang Lin softly said as his hands formed a seal. Restrictions flew out from his hands and landed on Yao Shishue's body. Wang Lin's restrictions were merciless, especially on the sensitive spots on her body. As a result, the stimulation from before was constantly invading Yao Shishue's body and mind. Only by doing this would she be unable to calm down and enter the state of enlightenment she had earlier. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward. The sphere of restrictions around her body immediately shrank back into a sphere and was put into Wang Lin's bag of holding. The daughter of the blood ancestor is a problem. I need to find a secret place to seal her, but the premise is that I know all the secrets. Unfortunately, my cultivation level isn't at the ascended stage, or else I could just use the soul search technique to obtain everything I know. If I use it now, the slightest bit of carelessness will cause her death. As a result, it will leave behind future problems. Time passed, and soon, 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the appointment with the demon general. On this day, Wang Lin walked out of the valley with Ouyang Hua following behind him. After I leave, send out hundreds of tribe members to spread out to the surrounding tribes. No matter how big or small a tribe is, send people. No matter what method you use, you must integrate into the other tribe. At that time, use your soul to guard your mind, and you will naturally be able to resist the Spirit Soup's soul confusion spell. After you enter the tribe, teach them the soul refining spell and let more people cultivate it. As for the specific method, you can arrange it yourself. Wang Lin slowly said. Ouyang Hua softly nodded. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin took out a jade from his bag of holding. He handed it to Ouyang Hua and said, the soul refining spell actually has 2 parts. The soul refining spell is only one of them. This jade contains the other spell. This spell is called soul extraction. Unless you're a direct descendant, you can't teach it to others. You must remember this. Ouyang Hua took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the jade. After reading it, he crushed it and said, Ancestor, I've already remembered it. I won't forget Ancestor's words. This spell can only be taught to the direct descendant of the soul refining tribe. Wang Lin nodded and his right hand reached toward the sky. The black fog above the soul refining tribe gathered in his hand until it was 30 feet large. Wang Lin inhaled it and swallowed it into his origin soul. Then he took out a few normal soul scrolls from his storage bag and threw them into the sky. They turned into black mist again and covered the sky. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. A sentence entered Ouyang Hua's ears from afar. The next time I return, I hope my tribe can surpass 1 million. Ouyang Hua knelt on the ground and said, I won't let Ancestor down. These words were said to Wang Lin, who had already left But even more than that, it was his promise to himself. Wang Lin walked across the sky toward ancient Demon City, the Sky Demon Country's capital. I don't know what kind of tiger's den it is, but I have to go see it. Aside from me, there are several more people from the Heavenly Fate sect that came to the Demon Spirit Land. I wonder if I can meet them in the capital. There are also those people from the Delu Sword sect. If I meet them in the capital, I must capture one of them and ask them about the whereabouts of Zhou Yi's seal. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression as he disappeared over the horizon. Inside ancient Demon City, Demon General Mo Lihai was wearing a green robe as he stood on the eastern wall. Behind him were the commanders and generals. Mo Lihai looked into the distance and didn't say a word. He didn't speak, and the people behind him all remained silent. After a long time, Mo Lihai retracted his gaze and carefully looked back at ancient Goddess Heaven City. With this glance, the ruins within 10 li of the center of the city entered his eyes. Mo Lihai secretly thought, "Once I leave, I won't return. There will be another demon general here, so the wreckage here will have nothing to do with me." Unfortunately, that person named San was taken away by Wang Lin. I only refined 17 of the 18 ancient demon bodies. However, if that Wang Lin really wants to help me, then I'm confident I can enter the top 3 in the Demon General competition. Then I can obtain the qualification to enter the ancient demon temple to cultivate. Once I come out, I'll be one of the vice commander-in-chiefs. Mo Lihai took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance and revealed a smile. This person is someone who keeps his promise. "Brother Wang, I'm here." Mo Lihai laughed, and his voice echoed. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky outside the eastern gate. His gaze landed on Mo Lihai, and he smiled. He clasped his hands and said, "I've made Brother Mo wait for a long time. No problem. This trip is very important to me, so I'll have to rely on Brother Wang." Mo Lihai smiled and appeared before Wang Lin. "No problem." Wang Lin smiled. "We need to use 3 transfer arrays to get to the capital. Brother Wang, please." 2 rays of light shot into the sky from ancient Demon City and disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only the sound of thunder that echoed across the sky. Chapter 568. Sky Demon City. It was located in the northern part of the Sky Demon Country. There were countless mountains surrounding it. If one looked from the sky, they would see that there were 9 giant dragons circling the mountains. The 9 dragon heads pointed to a pond, and this pond was called the Dragon Pond. The symbol of the entire Sky Demon Country, the ancient demon temple, was inside the Dragon Pond. The Dragon Pond was heavily guarded by soldiers. In front of the Dragon Pond, which was before the 9 dragon heads, was Sky Demon City. To be more accurate, this city was formed by 9 cities the same size as Lucky Demon City. They were located in the direction of the 8 trigrams, and the central city was the Yin capital. There was a river outside the Yin capital that was connected to the 8 outer cities by 8 stone bridges. The Yin capital was the Demon Emperor's palace, and it was filled with beautiful buildings. As for the 8 outer cities, there were also differences, but the details weren't shown here. In the morning, the entire Sky Demon City was shrouded in a faint mist. This mist came from a 9-dragon mountain, and it was called Dragon Energy by the Demon Emperor. Cultivating this energy could increase one's cultivation level. The entire Sky Demon City was like a behemoth. As the morning fog gradually dissipated, the clamor of the people who had woken up earlier caused this behemoth to slowly awaken. There were 18 transfer arrays outside the Sky Demon City, and each one was guarded by demon soldiers. 8 of these transfer arrays were for civilians, and merchants from all over the country used these 8 transfer arrays. The other 10 could only be used by people with duties. It could be said that there was a clear distinction between them. The 14 transfer array was used by demon generals to enter the Yin capital. Every time it was opened, a demon general would return. Demon generals were high-ranking officials in the Sky Demon Country. They controlled large amounts of troops and had amazing abilities. At this moment, outside the 14 transfer array, There was one demon soldier that was wearing armor that clearly had more markings than the others. He loosened his shoulders and placed the weapon in his hand to the side. He took off his helmet and sat on it. Then he turned around and shouted at the surrounding demon soldiers, "Ergo, come and massage my shoulders." The moment he finished speaking, a young man immediately ran out from the demon soldiers. This young man had a clever expression as he stood behind the demon soldier and massaged the demon soldier's shoulders while smiling. "Captain, do you think my strength is good?" "Not bad. Among you guys, your control of strength is the best." The leader moved his shoulders and smiled. "Captain, the teleportation array we guard rarely activates even once a month. Why was it so active a few days ago? I saw many Lord Demon Generals rushing over here." Ergo took the opportunity to ask. This question had been buried in his heart for a long time. "Fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you." When the captain said this, the demon soldiers guarding the surroundings immediately looked at him. Obviously, they all wanted to know the inside story. All of you are new recruits from the past 100 years, so it's not strange that you don't know about it. Among the demon generals, there will be a competition every 300 years. Every time, the Sovereign Emperor will personally watch the competition and reward you with cultivation techniques or demonic treasures. If it was any other time, it wouldn't matter. However, the significance of this grand competition was different. This time, due to the battle with the Fire Demon Country 200 years ago, both of our hands suffered heavy casualties. 2 of our vice commander-in-chiefs died, so it is said that 2 vice commander-in-chiefs will be chosen in this demon general competition. After he said this, the eyes of the surrounding demon soldiers widened and were filled with shock. It has to be said that although the difference between a demon general and a vice commander-in-chief was only half a rank, this half a rank was like a ravine that couldn't be crossed. For countless years, the Sky Demon Country only had 8 commander-in-chiefs. Even for the vice commander-in-chiefs, there were only 8. However, there were hundreds of demon generals. The so-called vice commander-in-chief wasn't the vice commander-in-chief's assistant, but the successor of the commander-in-chief. Only the vice commander-in-chief was qualified to challenge the commander-in-chief and obtain the position of commander-in-chief. In the Sky Demon Country, once the commander-in-chief died, the vice commander-in-chief would immediately rise to become the commander-in-chief. That was why the first step to becoming a commander-in-chief was to become the vice commander-in-chief. Seeing the shock on the faces of the demon soldiers around him, the captain was quite proud of himself. He coughed dryly and said, "With this, how can these high and mighty demon generals not pay too much attention to this grand competition? Those who originally didn't plan to participate in it are all eager to participate this time. The 14 formations we guard are specifically for the demon generals, which is why we were so busy a few days ago." The demon soldier massaging this person's shoulders whispered, "Captain, which demon general do you think will win this time?" It's hard to say. To be able to be called a demon general, they all have powerful spells. However, even spells have differences in strength. If I were to say, it would be Lord Mo Fei, who guards the border of the Fire Demon Country. He should be able to enter the top 3. In addition, there is Lord Mo Lehigh from Lucky Demon City. His cultivation level is also among the top among the demon generals. Just as the captain got to this point, his expression suddenly changed and he stood up. The helmet he was sitting on flew into the air and he put it back on. His right hand reached out and the weapon on the ground also flew into his hand. He did all of this in an instant. The demon soldiers beside him were already used to the captain's actions. At this moment, there was no need for him to give any orders. They all stood straight and didn't look around. Just at this moment, rings of light suddenly rose into the air from the teleportation formation. Bursts of demonic spiritual energy slowly spread out. As the rings of light rose into the air, 2 figures slowly appeared from the teleportation formation. The moment the 2 figures appeared, they took a step forward almost at the same time. With one step, they walked out of the teleportation formation at the same time. Mo Lehigh looked at the capital before him and let out a deep breath. He smiled at the person beside him and said, "Brother Wong, it has been 30 years since I've returned to Beijing. Wang Lin looked at the giant city before him. The size of the city was within Wang Lin's expectations. After all, this was the capital of the Sky Demon Country. Greetings, General Mo. The moment the two of them walked out, the countless demon soldiers outside the transfer array immediately greeted them. Di Lihai nodded slightly and smiled at Wang Lin. Brother Wang, please. With that, he took a step forward and headed toward the western gate of Beijing. Wang Lin walked forward and the two of them left. After the two of them left, the captain let out a sigh of relief. The demon soldier beside him whispered, Captain, who is that person next to the demon general? Recently, I've often seen some demon generals bring in strangers when they transfer here. The captain turned around and stared at the demon soldier. He whispered, these demon generals care a lot about this demon general competition, so they're all looking for outside help. For this person to be chosen by General Mo, he must have something special about him. Don't make wild guesses. He looked at where Wang Lin and Mo Lihai disappeared and thought, this person was recognized by Mo Lihai and was brought to use this transfer array. He is not simple. Also, Mo Lihai was extremely polite just now. This person's cultivation level is probably not simple. At the western gate of Sky Demon City, Mo Lihai was a demon general. When the demon soldiers saw him, they were extremely respectful and sent the two of them into the city before bowing and leaving. Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin and said sincerely, Brother Wang, there are many forces in Sky Demon City, especially at this moment. There are demon generals entering the capital, and there are ministers and factions inside. Why don't you stay outside and follow me to my residence? There were two cities in the western gate of Sky Demon City. One was Xian City, and the other was Hong City. Sky Demon City has 8 outer cities, and there are 2 inner and outer rings. Sky, Earth, Xian, and Huang are the inner rings, and Universe, Ian, Flood, and Desolate are the outer rings. The inner rings are civil officials, and the outer rings are military generals. There are other differences according to their status. I live in Hong City, said Mo Lihai. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll listen to Brother Mo. Mo Lihai smiled and nodded at Wang Lin before walking forward. 1,000 feet ahead, there was a fork in the road. 2 wide roads stretched out. The left led to Xian City, and the right led to Hong City. With Mo Lihai leading the way, Wang Lin walked forward. Sky Demon City was extremely prosperous with shops everywhere and many people living there. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. The road was wide, but the crowd was concentrated on both sides. There was a third of the road in the middle that was empty. Standing on it, one could see the end of the road. This is a military road. Ordinary people are not allowed to walk on it. Mo Lihai saw Wang Lin's gaze land on the empty space and explained with a smile. Just at this moment, whistling sounds came from the military road ahead. Soon, a group of black horses galloped from the distance. Wang Lin scanned with his divine sense. There was a total of 19 horses, and all of them were black armored soldiers. These black armored soldiers were no weaker than soul formation cultivators. Their bodies were filled with demonic energy that merged with each other in a strange way. As they galloped, demonic energy surrounded the sky above them, and the vague illusion of a giant beast appeared. These 19 people headed straight for where Wang Lin and Mo Lihai were. Wang Lin glanced at Mo Lihai and found that although Mo Lihai's expression was serious, there was a hint of a smile on his face. The 19 people stopped 100 feet away and got off their horses. They walked forward a few feet and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, General. Mo Lihai laughed and waved his right hand. Get up. This is my good friend, Deputy General Wang. When you see him in the future, it's the same as when you see me. The 19 people didn't hesitate to greet Wang Lin. Greetings, General Wang. Wang Lin nodded slightly. The voices of these people and the scene immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. They were all shocked and backed off far away. Brother Wang, let's go take a look at my mansion. I'll get someone to prepare some good wine. How about the two of us have a drink? Mo Lihai jumped onto a horse. Wang Lin also took a step, landed on a horse, and smiled. Is it good wine? Of course it's good wine. Mo Lehigh and Wang Lin looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The two of them rode off at the same time. Behind them, 19 people and 17 horses followed closely. The group of people rode against the wind on the military road. Suddenly, the sound of horses galloping came from ahead. Mo Lehigh's expression darkened. His horse didn't slow down, but instead sped up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar person. Chapter 569. On the military road, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. A group of more than 10 horses were galloping towards them. In front of the horses were two people. One of them was wearing green armor. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a demonic face. This person was extremely handsome, almost demonic. However, there was a scar on the right side of his face, completely destroying his overall appearance. His handsomeness disappeared and was replaced by an evil and ferocious aura. Sitting on the horse beside him was a person. This person's face was thin and pale, but his eyes were like torches. When he saw Wang Lin galloping towards him, a strange light flashed across his eyes. The two groups didn't slow down at all. They charged towards each other like two demonic beasts, mercilessly charging at each other. The evil person with the scar on his face stared at Mo Lehigh. In his eyes, nothing else existed. There was only Mo Lehigh. At this moment, the earth seemed to tremble as the two groups got closer and closer. Just as the two groups were about to collide, Mo Lehigh let out a laugh. He clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch. This punch was like the roar of the wind. It was as if the void was collapsing as it charged towards the evil person. Before the punch even got close, a series of banging sounds could be heard. The intent of the punch pierced through the air. The evil person's expression didn't change. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger forward. Then he switched to his middle finger. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of his fingers had pointed forward. Then, his 5 fingers formed a cone and pointed forward once more. A muffled sound suddenly came from between the two of them. A ripple spread out between the two of them and spread out in all directions. The ripple spread out for 30 feet before dissipating outside the military road. It didn't damage any buildings. The two of them controlled their strength very well and minimized the ripple. The evil person's body swayed. The horse he was sitting on let out a sad whimper as its 4 legs immediately shattered. The horse's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The evil person took advantage of the momentum and took 3 steps back. With each step, the ground seemed to shake. 10 collapsed fist intent. The person stared at Mo Lehigh and said in a low voice. Mo Lehigh's body also trembled, and he took a few steps back with his horse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and pointed at Mo Lehigh. This action cleverly helped Mo Lehigh absorb a lot of the other party's strength. Mo Lehigh sucked in a deep breath and steadied himself. His warhorse was completely unscathed, and it was clear who was stronger than his opponent. 6-fingered demon sword. That's all. Mo Lehigh laughed. The evil youth's cold gaze moved away from Mo Lehigh and landed on Wang Lin. He said, "Outsider, what is your name?" Wang Lin looked at the person but didn't say anything. The evil person frowned. At this moment, the thin person beside him whispered, "His name is Wang Lin." Mo Lehigh's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Lin and the thin person. "Oh," the evil-looking youth asked. "He is my junior apprentice brother." The skinny man looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "He is my junior apprentice brother." Wang Lin said, "Long time no see, senior brother Sun Tao. You're seriously injured. It looks like you'll need to go into closed-door cultivation for a few years to recover." The moment he saw Sun Tao, he immediately saw that Sun Tao was injured. This injury was very serious, and it even affected his origin soul. Although Sun Tao had suppressed it by force, his cultivation level had dropped from the mid-stage of Ascendant to the peak of the soul transformation stage. Sun Tao looked meaningfully at Wang Lin, and the shock in his heart gradually calmed down. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he noticed that Wang Lin's cultivation level had jumped 2 ranks from the mid-stage of soul transformation to the peak of the soul transformation stage. Junior brother Wong Lin, it looks like you found a great opportunity. However, inside Sky Demon City, you have to be careful of the people from the Delusword sect. My injuries were caused by them. Sun Tao slowly said with a hint of anger in his voice. This anger wasn't directed at Wong Lin, but at the Delusword sect. Wong Lin pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding and taking out a bottle of pills. Although these pills weren't very useful to Sun Tao, they represented Wong Lin's goodwill. He threw the bottle at Sun Tao and silently rode his horse forward. Diao Lihai meaningfully looked at the two of them. Then he took Jun Tu and passed by the evil people. They caught up to Wong Lin, and then they all left. The evil young man coldly looked at the backs of Mo Lihai and company before turning around and asking, "How is this person?" Sun Tao put away the pills, pondered a bit, and said, "If I wasn't injured, I could have killed this person. Don't underestimate him." This Mo Lihai has 3 spells. The first is the 10 Collapse Fist Intent, the second is the 100 Demons Sea, and the last was personally taught by the Charming Empress. It is very powerful. The evil young man let out a sigh and said, "If you weren't injured, then I would be 100% confident in winning this demon general competition." Sun Tao pondered a bit and then said, "If I have enough materials, I can refine a batch of Heaven Origin pills that will allow me to recover to the early stage of Ascendant in a short period of time." The evil young man nodded and said, "Don't worry about the materials. I've already sent people to gather them." Then he changed the topic and asked, "How is your junior brother?" Sun Tao revealed a complicated expression and let out a sigh. "Strong, very strong. Even if this person isn't at the peak of soul transformation, even if he is only at the mid-stage of soul transformation, don't provoke him." The evil young man's eyes narrowed. He had known Sun Tao for a long time, but this was the first time he had heard Sun Tao evaluate a person in such a way. On the military road, Mo Lihai looked at Wong Lin and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Wong, for your help just now. Otherwise, my horse would have become a pile of flesh and blood." Wong Lin shook his head and said, "This is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Mo Lihai slowly said, "That person just now is named Shao. His spell is the 6-finger sword technique, and its power is unfathomable. With your senior brother's help, he will be one of my formidable opponents this time." Mo Lihai slowly said. The group of people flew on the military road. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they stopped outside a mansion. This place wasn't big, but it had a courtyard. There were even fake mountains and a quiet lake inside. It was very elegant. Wong Lin's residence was in the southern pavilion. They just needed to pass through a fake mountain to reach it. Mo Lihai arranged 2 soldiers for Wong Lin. Then he left for Beijing to report to the Demon Emperor. Before he left, he chatted with Wong Lin, and when he came back, he drank wine with the wind. Wong Lin sat in the lotus position inside his room. Aside from his appointment with Mo Lihai, his goal for this trip to the capital was to become a demon general. This was the capital of the Sky Demon Country, and there were as many experts as the clouds. Only by standing out among these people would he be noticed by the Demon Emperor. As a result, it would be a lot easier for him to become a demon general. Sun Tao is at the mid-stage of Ascendant, but he was injured by someone and fell to the peak of soul transformation. He said that it was someone from the Delusword sect, and more than 10 people from the Delusword sect entered the Demon Spirit Land. Unless many of them work together, they shouldn't be able to injure Sun Tao like this. After pondering for a long time, Wong Lin took a deep breath. The reason he gave Sun Tao the pill was to express his goodwill. Although he and Sun Tao had gotten used to each other in the Sky Demon City, they were still from the same sect, so he couldn't fight with the Delusword sect. After pondering for a long time, Wong Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. At dusk, Mo Lihai returned. There was a hint of joy in his eyes as he chatted with Wong Lin. While the two of them were talking about spells, Mo Lihai told Wong Lin about the spells of the demon generals in the Sky Demon Country that were similar to his. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, Wong Lin had lived in the Mo mansion for 4 days. During these 4 days, he was immersed in cultivation, converting demonic spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy to strengthen his foundation. Wang Lin didn't ask about the date of the battle between the demon generals. He understood that when he was needed, Mo Lihai would tell him. Therefore, Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. Aside from cultivating, he spent all day in the fake mountain in the courtyard pondering. He was pondering the celestial slaughter art. After experiencing the slaughter at ancient demon city, Wang Lin's understanding of the celestial slaughter art became even more profound. During the 3 months in the Valley of the Soul Refining Tribe, Wang Lin spent his time like this. Aside from cultivating, he pondered the celestial slaughter art. Right now, it was just a change of position. It wouldn't affect his mentality. Wang Lin's calmness made the 2 soldiers in charge of his daily life secretly notice him. They gradually began to admire him. In their view, for someone at Wang Lin's cultivation level to be able to persist like this, he would definitely become a demon general in the future. Mo Lihai was very busy these days. Almost every day, he left early and returned late to visit the commander-in-chiefs and vice-commander-in-chiefs. In addition, he had to communicate with the demon generals he was on good terms with to exchange information. He could feel that the entire Sky Demon City was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. All of this pressure would erupt at the moment the demon general battle began. Wang Lin quietly lived in the Mo mansion. For days later, he stopped cultivating and sat in the yard. His hands formed seals and quickly changed. Each change contained the imprint of the celestial slaughter art. Wang Lin sat there for another 7 days. At the start, the 2 soldiers in charge of his daily life were still standing nearby, watching calmly. However, as the 2 of them looked around, a murderous aura gradually grew wildly in their hearts. Their minds shook violently, as if they could not control it. Their eyes turned completely red, revealing thick murderous intent. However, their minds had already dissipated. Just as the killing intent reached a limit and the 2 of them were about to erupt, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with clarity. When the 2 soldiers met Wang Lin's gaze, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They immediately became sober. Although this was the case, more than half of the demonic energy in their bodies had disappeared. Terrified, the 2 of them retreated far away and no longer looked at Wang Lin cultivating. The celestial slaughter art uses slaughter and life force to form a seal. Up until now, I've killed a lot of living beings, but why is there not much slaughter aura? There must be a reason behind this. Wang Lin pondered. He carefully thought back to every time he successfully refined the celestial slaughter art. Chapter 570. Memories flashed through Wang Lin's mind one by one. This process was very long. Wang Lin sat in the yard and slowly tried to figure out how to refine the slaughter energy. He slowed down every time he refined the slaughter energy and looked for a similar opportunity. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh. After carefully thinking about it, he found that there was nothing similar about the slaughter energy he had refined. It was as if he had obtained it by chance, and there was nothing special about it. If there is, when I killed Sima Yin, it was a bit strange. When I attacked in anger, I managed to refine a strand of slaughter energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but then they immediately dimmed. However, this doesn't make sense. After all, there were other times when I refined slaughter energy, but my mind wasn't affected. There were also a few strands of slaughter energy that were refined from demon weapons, but I don't know which demon weapon it was. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out. He gradually frowned. This celestial slaughter art is one of the main reasons I came to the demon spirit land. The reason I learned it back then was to defend against the Tuo Senior. The Tuo Sun is so strong that only those with a large amount of life force can resist him. Now I have the Blood Soul pill, and with these 2 combined, I can save my life. However, the Blood Soul pill is limited, so my focus is still on the celestial slaughter art. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had cultivated the celestial slaughter art for several years. Refining the first strand of slaughter energy meant that he had reached small success. However, it was simply too difficult to use it to its full power. I feel like there are more mysteries in this slaughter energy. Unfortunately, I don't have enough control, so I can't test it. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and 5 strands of gray gas rotated rapidly between his fingers. Only 5. Even if we include the one on Yao Shishua's body, it's only 6. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He still couldn't understand the celestial slaughter art. He was very puzzled as to how the slaughter energy was produced. He thought of many reasons, but each one of them was unique, and there was no common denominator. It looks like I need to try a lot and deduce a lot to have a chance to comprehend the mysteries of the celestial slaughter art. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. After pondering for a while, he immediately spread out his soul consciousness and scanned around. He found the 2 soldiers who were responsible for his daily life outside the courtyard behind the fake mountain. The 2 of them feared Wang Lin's spell from the bottom of their hearts and didn't dare to approach. However, they had to obey the order of their commander, so they guarded the yard and didn't allow anyone to disturb them. Wang Lin's divine sense swept past the 2 soldiers and sent out a message. Shortly after, the 2 soldiers walked into the yard. They stopped 30 feet from Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Greetings, General Wang." Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm going out for a trip. The 2 of you lead the way." The 2 of them were startled and quickly nodded. Wang Lin walked forward several dozen feet, and the 2 soldiers quickly followed. One of them hesitated for a bit and respectfully asked, "General Wang, do you want me to prepare a war horse?" "No need." In a flash, Wang Lin went around the fake mountain and left the yard. The 3 of them left the MO mansion with Wang Lin in front. The MO mansion was in the eastern corner of Hong City. This place was very quiet, so he casually walked forward. Wang Lin didn't walk fast. As he walked, he looked around. After passing through the eastern corner, he arrived at the center of Hong City. This place was close to the river, so there were many pedestrians and shops. It was very lively. Bursts of bustling sounds entered his ears. There were both men and women walking by. The people of the demon spirit land wore very open clothes, especially the women. They wore bright clothes that revealed most of their skin. It was very pleasing to the eye. Everything before him caused Wang Lin's tense heart to relax. He slowly walked like a mortal. The celestial spiritual energy in his body unknowingly hid itself like a flowing river that was slowly drying up. Along the way, Wang Lin would occasionally stop outside some shops to look at them. He would either enter or leave, but the amount of time he stayed was very short. He was like a passerby, slowly walking in this foreign land. Wang Lin's appearance wasn't handsome, but as he cultivated, he gained an otherworldly temperament. As a result, some of the more open women would occasionally look at Wang Lin as they passed by. The white-robed Wang Lin looked like a weak scholar from afar. As for the 2 soldiers that followed him, they looked like typical guards in everyone's eyes. However, Wang Lin's body gave off an aura that was completely different from this place. This made it so that he couldn't truly integrate into this place. As a result, his figure had a hint of decline that faintly spread out. Among the pedestrians around him, there would occasionally be pairs of men and women chatting and laughing with each other. Compared to them, Wang Lin's figure was lonely. As he walked in the crowd, the noise around him seemed to be in another world. The pairs of men and women seemed to be in another time and space. Everything in front of him didn't have the slightest familiarity or connection with him. An indescribable feeling rose in Wang Lin's heart. He sighed. This street was still very long, but he didn't want to continue walking. The sky gradually darkened. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard the sound of a zither. This zither sound was very light, as if it contained a hint of sadness. This faint sadness, this faint zither sound, strangely matched Wang Lin's mood at this moment. His footsteps stopped. Following the sound of the zither, Wang Lin slowly walked forward. Not far away, there was a long river on the side of the street. This river surrounded Hong City and was one of the inner rivers of Sky Demon City. There were several pleasure boats on the river, and the zither sound came from one of them. Wang Lin quietly stood beside the river and listened to the zither sound. With his eyesight, he immediately saw a woman playing the zither on the pleasure boat. This woman only revealed her back. This back was just like her zither's sound. It revealed a faint sadness and loneliness. Not far in front of her sat several young people who were laughing and drinking with each other. Their laughter seemed so out of place with the zither sound. Wang Lin quietly looked at the pleasure boat as the zither sound entered his ears. He slowly savored it and found a familiar feeling. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the peaceful valley on Sizu, the home where he and Li Muin lived. During those peaceful days, Wan Er's zither sound always accompanied Wang Lin. Wan Er's zither sound also contained a faint sadness. At that time, Wang Lin could hear it, but he didn't really understand it. The sadness in the zither sound was too ethereal. After Wan Er left, Wang Lin never heard the same zither sound again. Today, when he heard the zither sound here, the sadness in his heart slowly surfaced. Before Li Muin left, Wang Lin's feelings for her had always been the feeling of being touched and responsible for hundreds of years of waiting. This wasn't love, but after Wan Er left, scenes of him and Li Muin would unknowingly appear in Wang Lin's mind for the rest of his life. Every time this happened, his heart would hurt, as if he had walked into a forest of sorrow. In the forest, the dormant emotions slowly awoke. The bitter sadness and blue sadness were like a cup of bitter water that created ripples that were difficult to erase in Wang Lin's heart. He would always think about the first time he met Wan Er and her panicked eyes. When the zither sound entered his ears, even though he knew it was fake, Wang Lin could still feel Wan Er walking toward him step by step from the void and leaning into his arms. It was just like back in the valley, when he and Li Muin sat together and quietly watched the sun set, waiting for the sun to rise. It was always after losing something that one would want to have it again, and it was always after parting that one would want to look back. In the years since Wan Er left, he had looked back time and time again. This made Li Muin's figure in Wang Lin's heart become stronger and stronger until it was engraved in his heart. Her might was endless and eternal. The sky gradually darkened. Before night fell, starlight appeared in the sky. There were too many unimaginable things in the demon spirit land, such as the starlight and the moonlight. It was no longer important where they came from. What was important was that the starlight and the zither music touched his dusty memories. The starlight in the sky reflected in Wang Lin's eyes. As the zither music faded away, strands of emotions gathered in his heart. This emotion was called loneliness, and it lingered in his heart for a long time. The zither music became fainter and fainter. Wang Lin raised his right hand and touched between his eyebrows. It was as if he had touched Li Muin inside the heaven-defying bead. He softly muttered, "Wan Er, we will meet again. This is my promise to you." As the boat flew away, the woman's figure also slowly disappeared. Just as she was about to completely disappear, the woman seemed to have sensed something. She gently turned around and glanced at the riverside in the distance. In her eyes, there was only darkness, not a single bit of light. However, in this darkness, she seemed to see a figure slowly disappearing into the distance. On the boat, the woman let out a sigh. Her jade-like hands plucked the strings of the zither, and a sad zither music echoed on both sides of the river. The boat was brightly lit, but in her eyes, it was still dark, whether it was day or night. In the darkness, her jade-like hands plucked the strings of the guqin. The sounds of laughter and laughter from the pleasure boats seemed to have just reached her ears when they were deflected by the sound of her guqin, becoming fragmented. She sat at the bow of the ship, and there was not the slightest bit of light in her eyes. However, at this moment, her entire person was like a flower. Her body was in the mud, and not the slightest bit stained. She was blooming alone. However, this blooming was something that no one could understand, and no one cared about. The zither music still echoed, but no one was listening seriously. Even if there was, could she see it? Chapter 571. Wang Lin left the river and walked slowly in the night. The two soldiers behind him looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. From their point of view, This Wang Lin had spent most of the day either strolling around or standing beside the river in a daze. The sky was already dark, but this person was still walking at a leisurely pace. In the night, Hong City was brightly lit as if it was a city that never slept. Wang Lin walked slowly, and his gaze fell on a patch of darkness in the distance that was rarely seen in Hong City. There was a large building that was enveloped in an extremely oppressive aura. This aura was filled with death and resentment. The soldier behind Wang Lin followed his gaze and said in a low voice, "That's one of the 4 major prisons in the capital. The Hong Lao Prison. The Hong Lao Prison." Wang Lin nodded. The Hong Lao Prison only imprisons serious criminals. This place is heavily guarded, and without an entry token, it's impossible to enter. The sergeant explained. Wang Lin carefully looked at the Hong Lao Prison. He had already sensed several powerful demonic auras there. The strength of this demonic aura was no weaker than M.O. Lehai's. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin walked toward the M.O. residence. After returning to the M.O. residence, Wang Lin went straight to M.O. Lehai's residence. M.O. Lehai was sitting cross-legged in meditation. When Wang Lin pushed open the door and entered, he opened his eyes. "I want to go to Hong Lao Prison. Brother M.O., do you have a way?" M.O. Lehai was startled. He looked at Wang Lin, but didn't ask for the reason. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, "It's a bit difficult." Wang Lin frowned and said, "Forget it then." M.O. Lehai smiled and said, "How long will you be there?" "1 month." Wang Lin said, "Cultivate?" M.O. Lehai's eyes narrowed. Wang Lin looked at M.O. Lehai and nodded. "I need to kill. If I kill a lot in Sky Demon City, I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary trouble." After saying that, Wang Lin added, "If I succeed, I will have a greater chance of helping you." M.O. Lehai stood up, stared at Wang Lin, and said, word for word, "Are you sure?" Wang Lin didn't waste any time. He waved his right hand, and 5 strands of slaughter energy flew out. They formed 5 dragons that charged at M.O. Lehai like lightning. M.O. Lehai laughed and punched with his right hand. The sound of the air could be heard, and the 5 strands of slaughter energy of thunder. However, the smile on M.O. Lehai's face froze. His eyes revealed a strange light as he took 3 steps back. The gray chi that was dispersed instantly merged back together, forming the 5 azure dragons. A dense killing intent gushed forth from them, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The soldiers of the M.O. clan were all alarmed as they hurried over to the M.O. clan. At the same time, the 5 strands of slaughter chi whistled through the air. M.O. Lehai's eyes flickered and he punched out again. But with a series of shattering sounds, the 5 strands of gray chi moved as fast as lightning, passing through M.O. Lehai's fist and heading straight for his chest. The slaughter chi closed in on M.O. Lehai in an instant, but it was suddenly blocked by a screen of demonic power 7 inches away from his body and was bounced back. Even so, the demonic barrier in front of M.O. Lehai shook violently. If the amount of gray energy exceeded several thousand strands, would you still be able to withstand it so easily? Wang Lin slowly said. A strange light shone in M.O. Lehai's eyes. This wasn't the first time he had seen this slaughter energy. Compared to the 2 times he had seen it, the might of this slaughter energy was much stronger. He decisively said, 1 month is too long. I can't do it, but 7 days is not a problem. There are over 10,000 criminals in Hong Lao. It's enough for you to cultivate for 7 days. Wait for me. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Wang Lin nodded his head, turned around, and left the room. M.O. Lehai's eyes flickered with contemplation. After a long time, he mumbled to himself, "This Wang Lin really can't be underestimated." Sacrificing Sher San's life to exchange for this person's help was the right decision. Not to mention the power of the palm, just the gray killing energy is extraordinary. There are only 5 strands of it, and it hasn't even unleashed its full power, but it can shake my demon armor. Its sharpness is even sharper than some demon swords. That's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are some changes within the gray energy that I can't understand. It can actually stimulate the life force in my body. If I can really allow this gray energy to form thousands of strands, it will be extremely terrifying. This Wang Lin, it's best if I don't make an enemy out of him. It's best to maintain our current relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he hurried out of the room to help Wang Lin enter Hong Lao. Wang Lin didn't return to his room. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Everything was quiet, but the faint sound of zither music lingered in his ears. Although the zither music was faint, it had a unique charm that lingered for a long time. This night, Wang Lin didn't cultivate, and he didn't even think about the celestial slaughter art. He just quietly sat in the courtyard, silently looked at the starlight in the sky, and listened to the zither music in his heart. His figure created a long shadow under the moonlight. This shadow was especially bleak in this quiet courtyard. Only the shadow was lonely. A jug of ancient Demon City wine was placed beside Wang Lin. He would occasionally pick up the jug and drink. The bleakness in the shadow gradually spread to his body. The bleakness seemed to have merged with the moonlight and reflected in his heart. Wang Lin, started cultivating at the age of 16. I have long forgotten about time, so I don't know the specifics. Wang Lin picked up the jug and drank a big gulp. The wine flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his clothes. Wang Lin looked at the starlight in the sky and revealed a trace of loneliness. Cultivators go against the heavens and are destined to be lonely for life. The zither music was silent, but Wang Lin could vaguely hear it. He wiped away the wine from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "Only by living a life of loneliness can one have the heart to pursue Tao." But how many people can truly taste this feeling of loneliness? Just like this wine, when it enters the mouth, it is spicy, but when it enters the stomach, it turns into a warm stream. Under the moonlight, a lonely figure drinking wine, listening to the zither. I don't know how those tens of thousands of years old cultivators survive those tens of thousands of years of loneliness. But I do know that if there is nothing moving in one's heart, then cultivating is merely cultivating one's own Tao and not the heavens' Tao. The heavens are heartless, and cultivators who go against the heavens are heartless if their heart is also heartless. Using a heartless heart to cultivate the heartless Tao of the heavens. How can it be called cultivating against the heavens? Where's the word defying? That is just following the heavens. Since ancient times, those who follow the heavens are favored by the heavens. But behind these favored by the heavens is the body of an ant. My Tao is not following the heavens, but using the emotion in my heart to go against the heavens and cultivate against the immortals. What I seek is not only longevity, but also to get rid of the body of an ant behind me. This is called defying the heavens. Wang Lin drank all the wine in the jar in one gulp and threw it forward. The wine jar fell to the ground and shattered. Wang Lin touched the center of his brows with his right hand and leaned to the side. The sadness in his eyes gradually disappeared. The moonlight slowly deepened, like the sand between the fingers, slowly flowing away. When the sun rose, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Tonight, he was drunk from the wine, drunk from the zither. The moment he woke up, everything that happened yesterday was buried deep in his heart, sealed in a place that couldn't be touched. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wang Lin didn't cultivate. Every morning, he would leave the Mo residence and sit beside the river. When he waited for the boat to pass by, the sound of the zither would echo for a short period of time. That sorrowful zither music flowed through his mind, passing through the sealed memories and entering the depths of his heart. Listening to the zither music and drinking the wine bought by the soldiers, Wang Lin immersed himself in it and gained a different kind of enlightenment. The woman on the boat had no idea that during these 3 days, there was a person seriously listening to her zither music. She only knew that every time the boat passed by, the sadness in her heart would grow stronger. That sadness flowed through her jade-like hands and flowed into the zither strings and was gently plucked out. During these 3 days, Wang Lin lived very peacefully. He was far away from all the disputes, far away from all the killing. He forgot about the danger Ta Sun was in, forgot about his promise with Mo Lehigh, and forgot about his own hopes of reaching ascendant. He was surrounded by the zither music and accompanied by wine. During these 3 days, he experienced a short baptism in his heart. He never looked at the woman's face. All he needed was her back and a strand of zither music, and that was enough. If it wasn't for Mo Lehigh settling the matter of entering Hong Lao, Wang Lin would have continued sitting like this and continued the baptism of his heart. He didn't know how long he would have sat there. Perhaps he would have sat there until the zither strings snapped, until the zither music stopped. After withdrawing his mind from the zither music, Wang Lin stood up and looked at the boat that was gradually disappearing into the distance. Then, he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, the woman on the boat turned her head back and looked at the river in the distance. Her vision was still dark, but this time, the figure of the man who was leaving appeared before her eyes again. "Ming Xian, what are you looking at?" A calm voice came from beside the woman. The zither music stopped abruptly. The woman turned around and slowly lowered her head. Her jade-like hands, which were floating above the zither strings, trembled slightly. To her, this voice represented the heavens and an irresistible fate. "Your zither music is too sad. The guest wants you to change it." The voice was calm, but it contained a tone that could not be refused. The woman was silent. Her jade-like hands trembled as she plucked the zither strings. The zither music changed, and it was as if it was spring. A cheerful zither music came out from the zither strings and slowly floated above the boat and the river. "Very good. Continue playing like this in the future." The voice from earlier rang out once again. The cheerful zither music spread out. Although the zither music was joyous, if one listened carefully, they would find that it was not happiness at all. It was clearly a kind of silent weeping. This weeping contained sorrow and hurt. If one were to use 4 words to describe it, it could only be a forced smile. As it floated in the air, the sounds of laughter in the pleasure boat slowly resonated with it. However, the sound of the zither did not fuse with the pleasure boat. Behind a forced smile was a thick bitterness that was deeply hidden by the zither music. Ming Xian knew that no one could understand the sorrow in the zither music. The zither music moved with the boat and gradually floated into the distance, leaving only the ripples on the river that were slowly pushed to the 2 sides of the river. Is everyone satisfied with the 2 children today? Do you still hear the zither music echoing in your ears? If you're satisfied, please reward your ears with a monthly ticket. Chapter 572. A cheerful song with hidden sadness entered Wang Lin's ears. He paused for a moment, but he didn't turn around and continued to walk forward. At midnight, a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight scattered across the earth like a soft veil over Sky Demon City. Outside the Mo mansion, 2 figures flew out like giant eagles, and in a flash, they turned into wisps of smoke and headed straight for Hong Prison. Their speed was extremely fast. They jumped over buildings and streets in Hong City and soon arrived at Hong City's prison. From afar, this Hong Lao's gloomy and murderous aura was monstrous. It formed a demonic flame that burned in the night sky. Outside the Hong Lao, the 2 figures that flew out from the Mo mansion condensed into their figures. These 2 people were Mo Lehigh and Wang Lin. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, the huge black iron door outside Hong Prison suddenly opened a gap. A hunchback man with a gloomy expression walked out from the gap. He glanced at the 2 of them and did not say anything. He just raised his hand and waved, then retreated back into the prison. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The gloomy hunchback man's cultivation was the same as Mo Lehigh's. They were both at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. Mo Lehigh took a step forward and disappeared into the crack of the iron gate. Wang Lin followed behind him. Inside the iron gate, the gloomy hunchbacked man looked at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Mo is talking about this person?" Mo Lehigh nodded and said, "Yes, I'll leave everything to Brother Su." The man named Su nodded and said, "You go, I'll take him inside." Mo Lehigh arrived next to Wang Lin and whispered, "Brother Wang, take care. I hope your cultivation is successful." With that, he took a step forward and disappeared. The man named Su looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is your name?" "Wang Lin." Wang Lin's voice was very calm. The man named Su didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked into the Hong Lao. Wang Lin calmly followed. The deeper they went, the more intense the murderous aura became. The gray-robed man seemed to enjoy this aura a lot. He secretly looked at Wang Lin and found that Wang Lin's expression was still the same. He was a bit surprised, but then he thought that if Mo Lihai was willing to pay so much to send Wang Lin here, there must be something special about him. The Hong Lao was divided into two parts. The surface was only the surface, and there was another part underground. The man named Su was very straightforward. He directly led Wang Lin into the underground Hong Lao. The two of them walked down a gloomy staircase. On the surrounding walls, there were some ghostly flames that flickered, making this place even more gloomy. When they first stepped onto the staircase, there was only silence. But as they went deeper, shouts and roars came from the depths. These voices were filled with a strong, murderous aura and resentment. This aura was 10 times stronger than what they could see from the outside. The man named Su deliberately slowed down and secretly looked at Wang Lin. He knew that the aura inside the Hong Lao was almost solid. Even some demon generals with a similar cultivation level to him would feel uncomfortable, unless they were like him who had lived here for hundreds of years and was used to this aura. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The other person's expression was the same as always. From his observation, this person didn't seem to be faking it. Instead, he gave off a feeling that he wanted to become one with the people around him. After looking, the man named Su put away the underestimation in his heart. He already understood that since this person chose to come here to cultivate, there had to be something special about him. If he continued to test him, it would be a bit too much. This staircase was very long. After a while, the two of them arrived at the end. The place at the end was dark and gloomy. It was like a giant cage that had been divided into thousands of individual existences. Waves of roars and roars, mixed with countless curses, rumbled out from this place. The sound was too loud, and if it was an ordinary person, their ears would immediately ring. The man named Su was already used to this place. He darkly said, "Everyone quiet down." The moment he said this, the sound from the cage immediately stopped and a suppressive aura slowly gathered. At the end, there was a black room. The man named Su stood in front of the room and once again looked at Wang Lin. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. When this smile appeared on his face, it became even more sinister. "Brother Wang Lin, this is the cell I am in charge of. Every single person here was carefully selected by me and will be executed in 1 month. So, you can cultivate as much as you want. Even if you all die, it doesn't matter." Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and immediately found that there were many places protected by restrictions. "Many thanks." Wang Lin clasped his hands together. The man named Su let out a hoarse laugh and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Mo Lihai. He gave me the first 3 levels of the 10 collapsed fist intent. That's why I let you in." As he spoke, he gave Wang Lin a meaningful look before turning around and walking into the darkroom. "The first 3 levels of the 10 collapse fist intent. Mo Lihai has indeed sacrificed a lot for me this time." Wang Lin pondered for a moment before walking into the giant cage. This place was in the shape of a well. Rows of cells were neatly arranged. The moment Wang Lin stepped in, the pressure from before suddenly exploded. Roars and shouts spread out like a sound wave. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he walked past the rows of cells. Countless black hands reached out from the bars as if they wanted to grab Wang Lin. At the same time, evil laughter followed. "Where did this newcomer come from? Come over here and let me touch you. It's been more than 10 years since I've seen such soft skin. You look exactly like that whore I killed all those years ago. Outsider, I loved killing outsiders like you the most back then." Behind the bars, pairs of red eyes glared at Wang Lin with a sinister light that contained all sorts of emotions and desires. Wang Lin looked at them coldly. Presumably, These people weren't as crazy as they were years ago. After being locked up here for so long, they were attacked by the murderous and vengeful aura. If their willpower wasn't strong enough, they would be assimilated. Not all of the prisoners were roaring. There were some who remained in their cells, maintaining their silence. "Newcomer, come over here." In one of the cells next to Wong Lin, a pitch-black man waved at Wong Lin through the bars. When he realized that Wong Lin was looking at him, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm toward Wong Lin. Wong Lin took a step back, avoiding the stinking phlegm. The pitch-black man laughed loudly, his eyes filled with derision. Wong Lin's expression was the same as ever. He looked at the man, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He had been about a step forward, but now he stopped. When the pitch-black prisoner saw Wong Lin smile, his heart trembled. He didn't know why, but when he saw that smile, he felt a sense of fear, and the derision in his eyes froze. However, it was quickly replaced by a ferocious gleam. Wong Lin reached out with his right hand and placed it where the prisoner could touch him. "Come," he said coolly. The prisoner stared in shock and subconsciously took a few steps back, a grim expression on his face. "Come," Wong Lin repeated himself. At this moment, the surrounding uproar and roars grew even more intense. As the crowd clamored, the pitch-black prisoner gritted his teeth, formed his right hand into a claw, and stretched it out of the bars toward Wong Lin's right hand. In the instant that his hand reached out, Wong Lin's right hand formed a sword with 2 fingers, which turned into a blur as he tapped the prisoner's palm. At the same time, a stream of killing chi flowed through Wong Lin's fingers and into the prisoner's hand. The prisoner's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. His body twitched, and black blood oozed out of his orifices. His face was twisted, as if he were enduring immense pain. At this moment, the clamoring of the prisoners grew even more intense. However, it was at this moment that a miserable shriek came out of the prisoner's mouth. The shriek was like a sharp sword that pierced through the clamoring, completely suppressing it. At that moment, everyone stopped roaring. The shriek did not stop. It continued, and within the shriek was a deep sense of fear. Wong Lin's expression remained cold as he watched the prisoner fall to the ground. His body twitched, and his originally emaciated body rapidly withered into a desiccated corpse. The corpse's mouth was open, and its eyes were completely gray. A mouthful of gray gas came out of its mouth and returned to Wong Lin's fingers. However, this gray gas was even thicker than before. It still won. Wong Lin's brow furrowed. Wong Lin had been observing the entire time. As soon as the killing chi entered the prisoner's body, it madly absorbed all of the prisoner's life force. This life force included the soul, blood, flesh, and all of the vital energy. Using the killing chi to kill people can only nourish the chi. If I want to separate it and create it, I'm missing something. I'm missing some enlightenment. Wong Lin pondered for a moment and glanced at the corpse. This person's cultivation was not high when he was alive, and there were some restrictions placed on his body that prevented him from using his full strength. This person was not the only one. Almost all the prisoners in the prison were like this. The shrieks stopped with the death of the person, but the prison became extremely quiet. However, this silence only lasted for a few breaths' time before it reappeared. This time, it was even more violent than before. Wong Lin walked to the next cell. The prisoner in the cell gave Wong Lin a bloodthirsty smile. He licked his lips and took a few steps back, away from Wong Lin, and said, "Kid, you're cultivating, right? Do me a favor and kill the person in the cell opposite me, and I'll cooperate with you. How about it?" The person in the cell opposite him was a burly man. He glared and roared, "I still don't like you. Kid, kill him, and I'll cooperate with you. I've had enough of this damn place anyway. The sooner I die, the sooner I can reincarnate." Wong Lin did not say anything. He pointed at the air with his right hand, and a red that appeared on the foreheads of the 2 men and continued to spread. The 2 men fell to the ground at almost the same time, but there was a hint of relief in their eyes. From the moment he entered this place, Wong Lin could clearly sense that there was a hint of death in the murderous aura. Wang Lin originally thought that the death aura was caused by too many people dying. However, after entering the prison, he suddenly realized that the death aura originated from the prisoners. They were courting death. However, many of them did not have the courage to end their own lives. The moment the two men fell to the ground, Wang Lin's gaze focused as he carefully examined them. He did not use any killing qi on them, so their corpses were perfectly preserved and did not show any signs of withering. However, there was a hint of a strange aura that had disappeared from their bodies. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He had a vague feeling that he had grasped something, but after thinking about it carefully, he was still confused. The celestial slaughter art refines life force and turns it into a mark. I've been cultivating this art for a long time, and I've thought about it many times. It feels like it's not quite there. Sometimes I feel like I'm enlightened, but at other times it's fuzzy. Wang Lin reached out with his right hand and grabbed the burly man's body, bringing him to the side of the cell. Wang Lin crouched down and pointed at the blood hole between his eyebrows with his right hand to carefully examine it. His frown deepened. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh, stood up, and walked to the next cell. As Wang Lin walked, one prisoner after another died. After each death, Wang Lin would examine the corpse for a long time to carefully examine it. 5 days later, more than half of the more than 1,000 people in the cell were dead. A thick aura of death filled the air and didn't dissipate for a long time. Wang Lin observed the corpses and gradually gained a hint of understanding. However, this understanding seemed ethereal, as if it was separated by a veil. He couldn't see it clearly or touch it. Just where am I lacking? Wang Lin pondered. Because you haven't killed enough. Because your killing intent isn't enough. The man named Su walked out from the dark room he was in. His gaze toward Wang Lin was a bit different. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the man named Su, but he didn't say anything. Although I don't know the specifics of your cultivation method, it should be related to killing. That's why you want to cultivate here. However, you chose the wrong place. The killing here doesn't allow you to develop enough killing intent, so you don't have any killing intent. I see that although you have killed many people in the past 5 days, you have spent most of your time researching. Sometimes, no matter how much research you do, it can't compare to completely immersing yourself in killing, experiencing the pleasure of killing, experiencing the killing intent. The man named Su said calmly. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. I cultivate the demonic Tao of slaughter. The man named Su looked at Wang Lin and said, in Hong Lao, there are 10 prison generals. Among these 10, only I cultivate the demonic Tao of slaughter. I use killing to train my heart, and use my heart to become a demon. Watch carefully my killing intent. After the man named Su finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became cold. There was no killing intent emerging from his body, but Wang Lin felt that at this moment, the person in front of him had completely changed. Although there was no killing intent, Wang Lin's hair stood on end. The origin spirit in his body involuntarily moved, and an extremely dangerous feeling immediately filled his heart. The person in front of him now had an additional unknown aura. This aura didn't spread out, but it was extremely terrifying. Although the cold aura of the unsheathed sword is oppressive, and it also has killing intent, but compared to the unsheathed sword, it lacks a layer of foundation. The true killing intent is the unsheathed sword. If you want to cultivate killing, I can bring you to a place. There, you should be able to experience true killing. The man named Su slowly said. Condition. Wang Lin looked at this person and said. The man named Su revealed a hint of admiration in his eyes and said, help me kill Demon General Shi Shao. You don't need to ask why. With my killing intent, I can fight him to a draw in front of him, but I am 100% confident in killing him in secret. However, I am restricted and can't leave this Hong Lao. As for him, he will never step into this place in his life. So, help me kill him, and I will help you cultivate killing intent. However, I have another condition. You must use your killing intent to kill him. Let him die under the killing divine ability. The man named Su's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. If I really complete the cultivation of killing intent, then I will accept your condition, Wang Lin said calmly. But he didn't finish his sentence. Follow me. The man named Su smiled sinisterly and turned to walk into the distance. The 10 prisons of Hong Lao are just a surface. The true purpose of the 4 prisons of Sky Demon City is to provide the Demon Emperor with a killing intent to feed the Emperor's sword. Therefore, the lowest level of these prisons is where you need to enter. Only there will you be able to comprehend the killing intent. Wang Lin followed behind a man named Su and walked out of this place. They walked down another flight of stairs. This flight of stairs seemed to have no end. As the two of them walked down, they passed by prison after prison, but the man named Su didn't stop and directly walked past them. After a long time, as Wang Lin walked down, a thick smell of blood assaulted his face. This smell of blood revealed a killing intent that was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the one above. The passage of the stairs was no longer black. Instead, there was a reflection of blood. I have violated the rules of this place by bringing you here. Don't tell anyone about this, not even in Mo Li Hai. This place was personally created by the Emperor Lord. After accumulating for many years, the killing intent contained here can affect a person's heart. After you enter, you don't need to resist. You just need to calm your mind and experience the condensation of the killing intent. The man named Su said calmly. Wang Lin pondered for a while. After a while, he looked at the man named Su. He could feel that this place was indeed filled with killing intent. This place should be very beneficial to the killing intent. He hadn't even gotten close yet, but the killing intent in his right hand had already sped up. This gray gas was faintly trembling. This trembling wasn't due to fear, but due to killing intent. Feeling the change in the gray gas, Wang Lin took a step and entered the blood tunnel. He walked down the stairs step by step. Wang Lin was very cunning, so he only listened to a portion of what the man named Su said. The main reason he chose to enter this place was because of the trembling of the killing intent. If this place can trigger a change in the killing intent, then my celestial slaughter art will definitely succeed. Wang Lin didn't look back as he disappeared into the depths of the stairs. There are always trade-offs in this world. If you want to obtain something, you have to face losing it. I have to do this. Wang Lin walked down the stairs. After walking down for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the blood light ahead became even denser. At the deepest part of the stairs was a blood-colored world. This place was very big. There were layers of thick blood marks on the ground, and it was a shocking sight. Looking around, there was no end to this place. This place should be an independent existence, and not really below Sky Demon City. In this world, there were many blood ponds. Each blood pond had a different number of people inside. Half of their bodies were submerged in the blood pond, and their eyes were closed as they meditated. There were hideous wounds on their bodies that were wriggling in a strange manner. When Wang Lin entered this place, the 5 strands of killing intent immediately flew out from between his fingers and circled around him, letting out waves of excited whistling sounds. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The bloody air entered his mouth and immediately turned into a strand of killing intent that entered his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and arrived next to a blood pond. After hesitating for a bit, he stepped inside and sat down cross-legged. The moment half of his body entered the blood pond, a powerful strand of killing intent entered his body and spread throughout his body. Every time he breathed, the killing intent in Wang Lin's body became stronger. Every time he breathed, more killing intent would enter his body from the blood pond. Gradually, Wang Lin's eyes turned red and the 5 strands of killing intent around him let out waves of whistling sounds that had never been heard before. The killing intent in Wang Lin's heart became stronger and stronger. At first, he circulated his celestial spiritual energy to resist, but after pondering for a bit, he let go of his celestial spiritual energy and only covered his mind, allowing the killing intent to flow through his body. After an unknown amount of time, almost everyone in the blood pond in this world suddenly opened their eyes. Waves of unimaginable killing intent suddenly erupted. The eruption of this killing intent immediately covered this blood-colored world. Shortly after, the people in the blood pond flew out one by one and let out roars filled with killing intent. Without exception, all of these people had bloodshot eyes. Kill, kill, kill. The people that flew out immediately attacked the people around them with endless killing intent. There were many people in the blood pond in this world. When Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense, he found that there were close to a few thousand people. At this moment, waves of killing intent surged into the sky. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, his mind was completely focused. It felt like his body was no longer under his control and was completely surrounded by the killing intent. With a bang, he flew out of the blood pool, threw his head back and roared. Then, like a blood-colored whirlwind, he shot toward the people fighting. A massacre was about to begin. Wang Lin had lost his consciousness. He was completely immersed in the killing intent. He attacked with his killing moves, the finger of death, the demonic finger, and all sorts of magical weapons. Wherever he went, people would die with just a raise of his hand. Wang Lin's eyes were completely bloodshot. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill. If he did not kill others here, he would be killed instead. This place was a slaughterhouse. Wang Lin's body was dyed red with blood. It was as if he did not know fatigue as he continued to kill. As long as he saw an enemy, he would immediately charge out. He would even use techniques that would take him down with his enemy without hesitation. Everyone that was killed did not truly die. They were affected by the formation and would be resurrected in the blood pond. These people could no longer be considered people, but tools to provide killing intent. The killing intent generated by them would be absorbed by the sky and disappear to an unknown place. After a long time, the massacre gradually ended. The people that survived had monstrous killing intent. Their eyes were bloodshot and they did not have any sense of reason. Including Wang Lin, there were more than 100 of them. The massacre ended silently. The people that remained were all filled with dense killing intent. Their bodies were surrounded by a 3-meter thick mist of blood. They didn't even look at each other as they spread out in midair, searching for blood pools to sink into. After each person chose a blood pool, the ones who had been revived in the blood pool would immediately scatter, giving up the entire blood pool for that person to use. Wang Lin's eyes were blood red as he landed in a blood pond surrounded by a 3-meter thick mist of blood. The moment he arrived, the 10 or so people inside the blood pond immediately stood up and left. There was a hint of respect in their blood-red eyes. Wang Lin sat alone inside a blood pond and closed his eyes. After a long time, when he opened them again, the blood-red color had disappeared and was replaced with clarity. The killing heart that the person named Sue mentioned, in my opinion, is the heart of slaughter. Only with the heart of slaughter can one refine the aura of slaughter. Without the heart of slaughter, it is extremely difficult to refine the aura of slaughter. The few times I succeeded before can only be considered a coincidence. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He immersed himself in the blood world to comprehend the heart of slaughter. After a long time, the massacre began once more in this blood world. Everyone flew into the air and another round of slaughter began. This kind of massacre happened several times a day in this blood world. Each time, a large number of people would die, and a small number of people would be surrounded by a blood mist that became thicker and thicker. One day's time quickly passed. During this day, there were a total of 4 slaughters. Wang Lin was able to last until the end, but he only had a few dozen motes of blood mist around him. Although it was quite a bit compared to the others, there was one black-haired person who had more than 1,000 feet of blood mist around him. He floated in the air like a king. After the last massacre ended, the king-like young man suddenly raised his head and let out a roar at the sky. As his roar echoed, the blood mist around him began to churn. Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and a silver dragon appeared. Its cold eyes looked down mercilessly and then it inhaled. With this inhalation, the blood mist around everyone's bodies left their bodies and was sucked into the silver dragon's mouth. The young man with the aura of a king let out a roar as he charged toward the silver dragon. However, just as he was about 3,000 meters into the air, the silver dragon turned around and its eyes flickered. The young man's body exploded into a bloody mess as he fell from the sky. His blood mist was absorbed by the silver dragon. Shortly after, the silver dragon disappeared. The moment the silver dragon disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes became clear. He knew that this silver dragon was most likely the Emperor Lord Demon Sword the man named Su had mentioned. The blood mist formed by the slaughter aura was the demon sword's food. As for the black-haired young man, although he had died, he had revived inside a pool of blood. His killing intent had disappeared, and he was like a mortal again. If he wanted to reach the height he had reached before, he would have to climb even higher. After a day of slaughter, this place became silent. Wang Lin sat inside the pool of blood and comprehended the heart of slaughter. When I learned the celestial slaughter art, that person said that because my domain was the reincarnation cycle of life and death, I could cultivate the celestial slaughter art. I finally understand this. Waves of killing intent entered Wang Lin's body from the pool of blood. However, there are still some details that are unclear. The connection between the celestial slaughter art and the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Wang Lin silently pondered. The night passed, and on the second day, the slaughter began again. The cycle repeated itself as Wang Lin immersed himself in the slaughter. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the killing intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. As he continued to slaughter and absorb the killing intent, Wang Lin's body gradually comprehended the heart of slaughter. At the beginning of the slaughter, there were more than 100 people floating in the air. Until now, when Wang Lin killed one person with a finger, his eyes were filled with a bloody glow. His bloodthirsty eyes scanned the area. There were less than 50 people left in the sky. The 50 people no longer fought each other. Instead, they spread out, each occupying a pool of blood and silently cultivating. At this moment, after a day of slaughter, the blood mist around Wang Lin's body had reached a thickness of 500 feet. Time passed again, and it was unknown how much time had passed. Another round of slaughter began, and when it ended, Wang Lin threw his head back and roared. There were less than 20 people left in the sky, and the blood mist around Wang Lin had reached a thickness of 700 feet. It wasn't just him. The rest of the people were also dozens of feet thick. Day after day, during this period of blood, even though Wang Lin would occasionally become clear-headed, he didn't know how much time had passed. If it weren't for the 5 strands of killing intent transforming into life seals that covered his body, Wang Lin believed that he would have died many times here. With the life seal surrounding his body, Wang Lin was like a tiger that had gained a new lease of life. He gradually broke free from the slaughter. On this day, after the last massacre of the day, there were only 2 people left standing in the sky. One of these 2 people was Wang Lin. The blood mist around his body was so thick that it covered hundreds of feet. From afar, he looked like a bloody sun. In front of him was the black-haired young man who had appeared earlier. The blood mist around his body was not any weaker than Wang Lin's. In fact, it was even more. At this moment, a silver light appeared in the sky once again. The silver dragon appeared and coldly looked down at Wang Lin and the black-haired young man before inhaling. The black-haired young man let out another roar and charged toward the silver dragon. The silver dragon revealed a rare look of mockery as it pressed down with its huge claw. At this moment, it felt like the sky was collapsing. Popping sounds came from the black-haired young man's body as he turned into a pile of flesh and blood. However, the moment he turned into a pile of flesh and blood, a bit of the blood mist around him was absorbed into his body, and he died. At the same time, the black-haired young man revived in a pool of blood on the ground. The killing intent around his body disappeared as he sat down in a lotus position, not even looking at the sky. At this moment, the silver dragon's gaze landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to release the blood mist and land on the ground. The blood mist was absorbed by the silver dragon. The silver dragon disappeared, and Wang Lin's body landed on the ground. He looked at the spot where the silver dragon disappeared, and his eyes gradually became clear. He casually walked to a pool of blood, and the people inside immediately stood up and left. Wang Lin sat alone in the pool of blood. His eyes remained clear, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This smile became wider and wider until it turned into a loud laugh. His laughter echoed in the blood-colored world. No one looked at him, as they were all absorbing the killing intent. The celestial slaughter art uses killing intent to take someone's life and refine their life force into a seal. This is the cycle of life and death. Taking a person's death will create a seal of life. This is actually the cycle of life and death. It's the transition between life and death. The silver dragon absorbed the killing mist in the same way, to refine it into its own life force. In fact, the spell formation in the blood-colored world follows the same principle. So that's how it is. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He finally understood. The moment he understood, 5 streams of gray, killing intent appeared from the seal of life around his body. They quickly gathered and intertwined in front of his chest, forming a gray vortex. The vortex rotated rapidly and gradually entered Wang Lin's chest before disappearing. At this moment, Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed. A killing intent that had never appeared in this blood-colored world exploded out from Wang Lin's body. At this moment, everyone in the blood pool in the blood-colored world opened their eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Killing intent. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the blood-colored world. As the aura of the celestial massacre art spread out, popping sounds came from the blood pools closest to Wang Lin. The bodies of the people who had died countless times and been resurrected suddenly collapsed. Streams of gray mist came out from their destroyed bodies and formed streams of killing intent. In an instant, hundreds of streams of killing intent appeared and circled around Wang Lin like gray ghosts. This was not the end. Following this, with Wang Lin as the center, the bodies of everyone in the blood pools collapsed and turned into gray mist. The entire blood-colored world began to collapse on a large scale. Streams of gray mist rapidly gathered and turned into streams of killing intent that circled around Wang Lin. None of the people who collapsed were resurrected. This time they had truly died. The moment their bodies collapsed, their eyes became clear for the first time in countless years. There was a hint of relief in this clarity. Popping sounds came from the blood-colored world. As the streams of gray mist surged, the black-haired man in the blood pool in the distance suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and a faint layer of killing intent appeared around his body. He let out a low roar and clenched his teeth, forcefully becoming the only person whose body did not collapse and turn into killing intent. 3,792 streams of gray mist danced around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body stood up from the blood pool. At this moment, there was only him and the black-haired man in the blood-colored world. A thunderous rumble came from the sky, and the lightning turned back into the silver dragon. The silver dragon returned and stared at Wang Lin with its giant eyes. Killing intent surged out from its eyes. I'm not in a good state today. I'm very tired and sleepy. My body feels very tired, as if I'm going to fall sick. Chapter 575. The silver dragon stared at Wang Lin and let out an angry roar. Then its body moved, and its claw slammed down on Wang Lin. This claw descended from the sky, as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. A powerful aura immediately spread out. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the sky. He had experienced the might of the silver dragon many times in the past few days. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't move, but the 3,792 strands of slaughter energy around him released a powerful killing intent. As this killing intent spread out, it felt like it was going to pierce through the sky and earth. More than 3,000 strands of gray gas turned into monstrous slaughter energy that shot into the sky like a sharp sword and met the silver dragon's claw head-on. The entire blood-colored world shook as the silver dragon's claw, under the attack of the 392 strands of slaughter chi, was instantly crushed to pieces. The silver dragon let out a violent roar. Its eyes flashed with killing intent that had never been seen before. In its long history, although it had been injured before, this was the first time that it had been defeated by an ant-like food. Although it did not use its full power, it was not something that a food could resist. Even a demon general wouldn't be able to resist this claw. At this moment, it was truly angry. As the Emperor Lord's sword, it had an inviolable pride. When faced with a challenge from its prey, it decided to kill. The silver dragon's body swayed, and as its head roared, a ray of sword light shot out from its mouth. The moment the ray of sword light appeared, the entire blood-red world seemed to collapse. It was as if the only thing left in the world was that ray of sword light. The sword energy whistled through the air and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. His body turned into a ray of lightning, and he charged out. However, he didn't charge at the silver dragon. Instead, he turned around and charged at the entrance of this place. Behind him, 3,792 streams of slaughter chi instantly caught up to him and turned into seals that overlapped on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, 3,792 life seals fused into Wang Lin's forehead. Then they spread out to cover his entire body. With over 3,000 life seals stacked on top of each other, it was like Wang Lin had 3 layers of protection. At the same time, the silver dragon sword descended onto Wang Lin. Instantly, Wang Lin's life seals began to flicker madly, and cracking sounds could be heard. Wang Lin didn't pause for even a moment as he shot into the entrance and disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the other person in the blood-colored world, the black-haired man, struggled and said, "Save me once." His voice was very soft. In the sky, the silver dragon was stunned. The sword chi that it had used to kill had actually been forcefully resisted by the other party. To it, this was an extreme humiliation. The anger of the silver dragon immediately increased. It didn't have time to look at the black-haired man on the ground. Its body flickered, and it disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in the sword pavilion of the Yanjing Imperial Palace at the center of Sky Demon City, there was no decoration here. There was a huge blood-colored array on the ground, and a snake-shaped silver sword was stuck in the center of the array. At this moment, the snake-shaped sword suddenly let out a sword hum. Then, the sword was pulled out of the ground and turned into a silver light. It pierced through the roof of the sword pavilion, bringing with it a sword aura that could be felt by the entire celestial demon city. It instantly rushed out, circled in the sky, and headed straight for Hong City. At this moment, the demon generals and demon commanders in Sky Demon City immediately sensed the sword energy. They quickly walked out of their hiding places and looked at the night sky. In the Earth General's mansion, a middle-aged man in a white robe looked at the night sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "Who made the Emperor's sword so angry that it actually left the formation?" Demon General Shi Shao was also in his mansion and looking up at the night sky. Beside him, Sun Tao's expression was serious as he stared at the flash of silver light in the sky. He was secretly shocked. The Emperor's sword actually flew out by itself. This matter is a bit strange. Shi Shao took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a strange light. In a courtyard in Yu City, a black-haired man looked up at the sky. Only his back could be seen, so his face couldn't be seen. He looked at the flash of silver light in the sky and softly said, "The Emperor's sword is angry. This Emperor's sword is between the two of you. How about it?" There were 2 people standing behind him. They were wearing Taoist robes and had large swords on their backs. At this moment, their eyes revealed a strange light as they stared at the silver light that disappeared into the distance. One of them pondered a bit and slowly said, "It is not inferior to Master's sword." "Is that so?" The black-haired man turned around, revealing an extremely handsome face. There was a hint of fortitude within this handsomeness. He was the #1 demon general, the one stationed at the border of the fire demon country, Mo Fei. However, if one looked closely, this person's appearance was exactly the same as the black-haired man in the depths of the Hong Lao, within the Mo residence. Mo Lehigh had a look of bewilderment on his face as he stared at the silvery streak of light in the air. Clearly, it was heading towards Hong Prison. His heart suddenly pounded as he had a bad premonition. The Emperor's sword. It couldn't be going for Wang Lin, right? Shortly after, Mo Lehigh shook his head and muttered to himself. With Wang Lin's cultivation, how could he cause the Emperor's sword to descend? I'm overthinking things. Although he said this, the bad feeling in his heart became even stronger. In the Imperial Palace, inside a building, a person wearing a yellow robe looked at the night sky and smiled. Could it have suffered some kind of hardship? It has been a long time since I saw it so angry. Interesting. Behind the yellow-robed person, a charming woman softly asked, Emperor Lord, why are you so happy? In the Hong Lao, Wang Lin moved like lightning up the stairs. He was very fast, and the blood in his body gradually calmed down. That ray of sword energy had been melted by the life seal around his body, but it still caused the blood in his body to surge. When he came down the stairs, his speed wasn't fast, but now he rushed up in a flash. Soon, he arrived at the top of the stairs. The man named Su stood there and looked up at the sky with a strange expression. He muttered, This matter is a bit big. Wang Lin's body flashed out. The moment he appeared, the man named Su suddenly turned around. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a long sigh and quickly said, You can't go out from here. Quickly follow me. As he spoke, he jumped to the side and quickly flew down another path. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but he immediately felt an unimaginable ray of sword energy in the sky outside. He was very familiar with this ray of sword energy. It was the silver dragon. Feeling his scalp go numb, Wang Lin followed closely behind the man named Su without a word. At the same time, he withdrew his aura, not letting it leak out at all. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast. After making 7 or 8 turns in Hong Prison, they disappeared. Not long after the two of them left, the Emperor's sword arrived. This sword was filled with anger and directly broke through the Hong Lao's door. It drilled into the ground and swept through the area in search of the food that had made it lose its dignity. At this moment, behind a house in Hong City, a crack silently appeared on the wall. Wang Lin walked out from the crack, but the man named Su didn't come out. He let out a sigh and quickly said, Don't worry. Instead, he let out a sigh and quickly said, Don't forget our agreement. As he ran, he muttered to himself, What a loss. If I knew that this person would bring the Emperor's sword here, I wouldn't have sent him there no matter what. Wang Lin withdrew his aura and didn't let it leak out at all. He lowered his head and didn't use his celestial energy to fly. Instead, he walked quickly. In the distance, he could hear the rumbling sounds of destruction coming from within the Hong Lao, and there were also angry sword hums mixed in. Wang Lin's footsteps were even faster. This place was not far from the Mo residence. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he hurriedly entered the Mo residence. Mo Lehigh stood in the courtyard and stared blankly in the direction of the Hong Lao. His heart was beating fast. At this moment, he saw Wang Lin with a single glance. Especially when he discovered that the other party's aura was withdrawn. With his intelligence, he immediately smiled bitterly. Without saying anything, he directly brought Wang Lin into the backyard of the Mo residence. He patted a fake mountain, and a hole immediately appeared on the ground. This is where I cultivate in seclusion. You go in and hide first. Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense and jumped down without saying anything. Mo Lehigh took a deep breath and immediately closed the fake mountain. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated as if nothing had happened. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for Mo Lehigh, and it was the same for the residents of Sky Demon City. Throughout the night, the entire Sky Demon City was filled with silver light. The Emperor's sword didn't find the food that injured it in the Hong Lao, so it became even angrier. It actually destroyed the entire Hong Lao and then rushed out. It circled above Sky Demon City as it frantically searched. As a result, Mo Lehigh suffered. He constantly circulated his demonic power and strived to use his demonic power to cover Wang Lin's aura so that the Emperor's sword wouldn't find him. When the Emperor's sword flew above Sky Demon City, it also noticed Mo Lehigh. However, Mo Lehigh's demonic power spread out too much, so the Emperor's sword just swept past him. In fact, even if the Emperor's sword carefully observed him, it wouldn't find Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin had completely withdrawn his aura. He immediately entered the heaven-defying bead and sat opposite Li Muin's nascent soul. Throughout the night, the Emperor's sword's anger became even more intense. Throughout the night, it searched the inside and outside of Sky Demon City, but it didn't find the aura of that despicable food. Its anger continued to rise. To it, this was another humiliation. Early in the morning, the Emperor's sword charged at the Hong Lao with deep unwillingness and sent out a powerful sword light. Under the sword light, a huge ravine that was about 3 meters long appeared in the Hong Lao. After venting its anger, the Emperor's sword angrily returned to the sword pavilion and landed in the array. The Hong Lao was one of the 4 major prisons in Sky Demon City. Although the Emperor's sword had vented its anger on it, it was quickly repaired with the help of a lot of manpower and resources. However, the Emperor's sword had its eyes on the Hong Lao. In the past month, whenever the Hong Lao was repaired, it would immediately destroy it to vent its anger. Chapter 576. Boom! In the distance, there was another loud explosion from the Hong Lao. Dust flew into the air, and the Emperor's sword let out a proud sword hum. It turned into a ray of silver light and disappeared into the horizon. Wang Lin raised his head to look in the direction the Emperor's sword disappeared and smiled. Why is this sword like a child? From the looks of it, it can't find me and is fighting against the Hong Lao. How many times has it done this? About 10 times. Mo Lehigh sat opposite of Wang Lin with a bitter smile. At the same time, he admired Wang Lin even more. He carefully looked at Wang Lin. If he didn't see Wang Lin sitting in front of him with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect Wang Lin's existence just by relying on his demonic energy. This point was obvious from the fact that the Emperor's sword in the sky didn't notice Wang Lin at all. Thinking about how he didn't notice Wang Lin at all when he walked out of the cave a few days ago, Mo Lehigh's evaluation of Wang Lin was raised to an extremely high level. In addition, after Wang Lin walked out of the Hong Lao, Mo Lehigh felt like he was a completely different person. This was especially so when he saw the flashing rune between his eyebrows. It made him feel even more shocked. He didn't ask in detail, but he could guess that this person was able to anger the Emperor's sword in the Hong Lao. If he didn't have a good cultivation method, then he must have had a fortuitous encounter. What is your current strength? How is it compared to when you were in ancient Demon City? After a long period of silence, Mo Lehigh finally asked the question. He wanted to know what rank he would be able to achieve in the Demon General competition. There were 2 chances in the Demon General competition. If the Demon General lost, then the helper he recommended could fight in his place. However, there was a requirement for the helper. It couldn't be a local, it had to be an outsider. This was also one of the reasons why the Demon General chose Wang Lin. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he slowly said, "I don't need to use that palm strike to beat you." Mo Lehigh stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he laughed and said, "Good. With your words, my hard work wasn't in vain. Brother Wang, half a month from now, the Demon Spirit Night will be the day of the Demon General competition. At that time, the Demon Emperor will personally watch. If your performance is outstanding, I'll nominate you and you'll definitely be able to obtain the position of Demon General." Wang Lin smiled and didn't say anything. After pondering for a while, Mo Lehigh said in a deep voice, "Brother Wang, you must come back early tonight. I'll take you to visit a big shot." "Brother." Wang Lin nodded. Wang Lin nodded. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. Mo Lehigh was quite happy in his heart as he smiled and said, "Then I won't disturb your time listening to the zither." It wasn't a secret that Wang Lin liked to listen to the zither music, so Mo Lehigh naturally knew about it. Wang Lin took a step forward and walked out. Wang Lin quietly sat beside the river with a jar of wine in his hand. He would occasionally take a sip. His expression was calm without any ripples, and his heart was at peace. During this period of time, Wang Lin would sit here every day, waiting for the zither music to drift by. Although the style of the zither music was very different from before, it was a happy song that hid a deep sadness. However, Wang Lin didn't try to change it. He was like a passerby, watching the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of all living things. Even now, he still didn't know what the zither girl looked like. None of this was important to him. What was important was that he was listening, seriously listening to the zither music and touching the seal in his heart. He felt a calmness that he hadn't felt in a long time. Under this feeling, Wang Lin's heart was calm. Before the boat arrived, the zither music arrived first. The seemingly cheerful zither music contained a sense of helplessness and sadness. Following the sound of the zither, the boat on the river slowly rowed over. At the bow of the boat, the zither girl still had her back to Wang Lin. Her jade-like hands gently danced, and waves of zither music spread out. Today, there was only one person sitting in front of her. This was a young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He wore a green robe, and although his appearance was ordinary, he gave off a very clean feeling. There were no fluctuations of demonic energy coming from his body. He sat there with a wine cup in his hand, tasting the wine and listening to the zither music. "Can you not play like this? I want to hear your true zither music." The young man put down his wine cup and looked at the girl in front of him. The girl's zither music paused. After a long time, she gently nodded her head. Her jade-like hands began to play the zither again. Waves of sad zither music gradually spread out, as if it had fused into the surface of the river. The ripples created by the boat spread out along with them. The ripples spread to the shore not far from Wang Lin before disappearing. But the zither music did not stop. It entered Wang Lin's ears. The young man on the boat slowly closed his eyes, carefully savoring the sadness in the zither music. Wang Lin also closed his eyes, immersing himself in the zither music. It was as if the zither music had fused with his mind, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Two people, one on the boat, one on the shore. They were comprehending different things, but at this moment, there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between them. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and for the first time, he took the initiative to look at the boat. His gaze fell on the girl's back before shifting to the young man. This person also opened his eyes at this moment and looked at Wang Lin. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Then, Wang Lin picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. The young man on the boat revealed a faint smile, raised his wine cup, and drank it in one gulp. The boat gradually disappeared from Wang Lin's sight. Only the faint zither music could be faintly heard. On the boat, the girl playing the zither turned her head and looked at the river in the distance. In her eyes, there was only darkness. The young man on the boat put down his wine cup and said softly, "There is a person there." Ming Xian did not say anything. She turned her head back and continued to play the sad zither music. "What an interesting little fellow." The young man smiled. At night, Wang Lin returned to the Mo mansion. A moment later, Mo Lihai walked out with him. The two of them passed through Hong City and entered Xian City at the west gate. Although Xian City was about the same size as Hong City, everything within it was completely different. It was resplendent in the night sky, and there were even more armored soldiers among the pedestrians. Outside a mansion in Xian City, Mo Lihai stopped. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to the guard outside. The guard immediately retreated and entered the mansion. Wang Lin looked at the mansion, and his gaze stopped on the plaque above. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's mansion. The 8 Commander-in-Chiefs of the Sky Demon Country are the same as the 8 cities outside of Sky Demon City. They all use heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, universe, and chaos as their names. Their mansions do not have the word vice. Only the Vice Commander-in-Chief of each city has this name. This is the mansion of the Vice Commander-in-Chief of Xian City. He hesitated a bit and then said, "The Vice Commander-in-Chief of Xian City has a good personal relationship with the Demon Emperor." Wang Lin nodded. On the way here, Mo Lehigh had already told him about the two vice commander-in-chiefs that would be chosen and how important the vice commander-in-chief was. Shortly after, the guard from the Xian vice commander-in-chief's mansion returned and respectfully said, "General Mo, the vice commander-in-chief invites you in." Mo Lehigh's expression became serious, and he stepped forward. Wang Lin casually followed. Under the guidance of the guard, Mo Lehigh and Wang Lin walked into the courtyard of the mansion. "The vice commander-in-chief is meeting General Mo there." The guard stopped and pointed at an arched door before respectfully retreating. Mo Lehigh's expression was calm as he and Wang Lin arrived at the arched door. After walking in, they saw a garden with many strange flowers in full bloom. A wave of fragrance wafted toward them. A man wearing a purple robe had his back toward the two of them as he looked up at the sky. He stood there as if he had become one with his surroundings. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. This person's cultivation level was equal to the early stage of Ascendant, and he was at the peak of the early stage. He could break through at any time. However, before he breaks through, he is still far from the mid-stage of Ascendant. Mo Lehigh took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Mo Lehigh greets the vice commander-in-chief." The person didn't speak or even move. He just stood there and looked up at the sky. The surroundings were completely silent. This silence unknowingly transformed into a pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Demon General Mo Lehigh's expression was calm and unmoved as he quietly stood there. As for Wang Lin, he was a cultivator who fought against the heavens. So how could he collapse under this pressure? Wang Lin's expression was calm. Even though he encountered Tian Yunzi, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Not to mention that this person's cultivation level was only equal to the early stage of Ascendant. Compared to Rosefinch's son and Situnan's, he was much weaker. Wang Lin's calmness and Mo Lehigh's calmness silently dissipated this pressure. The man in purple turned around and looked at the two of them like a senior looking at a junior. He said with a superior tone, "To be able to remain calm under my pressure, not bad. Mo Lehigh, how confident are you in becoming the vice commander-in-chief?" The man in purple spoke very straightforwardly and directly pointed out the key points. Mo Lehigh pondered a bit and said, 40%. The man in purple's eyes narrowed, and he slowly said, "Oh, out of all the demon generals that have come to see me in the past few months, you are the one with the least confidence." Mo Lehigh pointed at Wang Lin and said, "With this person, I am 90% confident." The man in purple's gaze fell on Wang Lin. His gaze was calm, without any fluctuations, as if Wang Lin was only an ant in his eyes. He had the qualifications to look down on Wang Lin. As the vice commander-in-chief, he had a good relationship with the demon emperor, and he had close to 1 million units of demonic spiritual force. He was equal to an early-stage ascendant cultivator and was on the verge of breaking through. He was far stronger than any other demon general and only needed to wait for a long time before he could become a real commander-in-chief. In his eyes, Wang Lin was merely Mo Lehigh's follower. He didn't even put Mo Lehigh in his eyes, let alone this follower. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew the demon emperor valued Mo Lehigh greatly, he wouldn't have even gone to see this person today. This was because, in his opinion, Mo Lehigh wasn't qualified. If he had the time to see Mo Lehigh, he might as well enjoy the flowers. Almost everyone in Sky Demon City knew that the Xian vice commander-in-chief loved all kinds of strange flowers. Not only did he like them, but he also cherished them. If a servant accidentally touched a flower, he would immediately kick them out of the mansion. If anyone dared to damage a flower, they would be offending him. The man in purple felt a bit impatient in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "Show me your most powerful spell. Let me see why Mo Lehigh thinks you can increase his chances by 50%. The man in purple's tone was still calm. In his eyes, this person was only at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. He had never taken someone like this seriously. There was no contempt in his eyes, only a flat disregard. "Show me your full strength. If you can make me change my expression, then you are qualified." The man in purple raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't even look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at this person. His expression didn't change at all. He raised his right hand, condensed slaughter energy, and pressed forward. With this, countless strands of slaughter energy came out from his hand. A storm of slaughter energy instantly enveloped the world. 2,000 strands of slaughter energy came out from Wang Lin's right hand. They were like angry dragons as they charged at the man in purple. At first, the man in purple still ignored Wang Lin's existence, but his expression suddenly changed. 2,000 strands of slaughter energy shot toward the man in purple. The purple-robed man retreated without hesitation. Demonic energy erupted from his body and formed a ferocious tiger. However, the moment the tiger was formed, it was pierced by the slaughter energy and landed on the purple-robed man's chest. The violet-robed man's face fell, and his body flickered as he once again fell back. In fact, he didn't even hesitate to step on the flower beneath his feet, causing him to fall back into the flower mud. As of this moment, he had no time to think about the flower. All of his hairs were standing on end, and his mind was completely focused on how to defend against this divine ability. With his cultivation level, if he had been prepared, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. However, he had been too careless. Facing this spell, even if he was prepared, his expression would still change. At this moment, he didn't even have time to feel regret. A rippling demonic armor appeared 7 inches before him. However, the moment the demonic armor appeared, it was struck by the 2,000 strands of slaughter aura and quickly retreated. Seeing that the demon armor was about to shrink to 3 inches, the man in purple let out a roar. The veins on his face bulged, and he retreated once more. He stepped on countless flowers that he normally cherished. However, the demonic armor was unable to withstand the 2,000 streams of murderous chi and collapsed in an instant. The 2,000 strands of slaughter energy entered his body. After circling once, Wang Lin waved his right hand. They flew out of his pores and disappeared into Wang Lin's hand. The man in purple's face was pale. In his eyes, Wang Lin was completely different. With his peak soul, transformation cultivation, and 2,000 strands of slaughter energy, it wasn't difficult for Wang Lin to fight against an early-stage ascendant cultivator. Very good, you have the right to fight. You too can leave. The man in purple took a deep breath and forced himself to look calm. He squeezed out the smile of an elder looking at a junior. Mo Lehigh had a strange expression. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly pulled Wang Lin away. Seeing the two of them leave, the man in purple could no longer hold it in and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A servant immediately came in and looked at the man in purple in panic. I won't see anyone for 3 months. I'm going in a closed-door cultivation. After saying that, the purple-robed man disappeared on the spot. Chapter 577. After leaving the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's mansion, Mo Lehigh had a happy expression on his face. He wanted to say something many times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After returning to the Mo mansion, Mo Lehigh took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Brother Wang, I hope you can help me in the Demon General competition. I will remember this favor." This was the first time Mo Lehigh had spoken to Wang Lin in such a tone. In his heart, Wang Lin was no longer his equal, but someone who could force the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief to retreat with just one spell. With this person's help, Mo Lehigh was confident he could sweep through the Demon General competition. He knew the most about Wang Lin's spell, so he was extremely shocked. Along the way, the power of that spell kept replaying in his mind, and he even put himself in an illusion to face the enemy. In the end, he would definitely lose. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as usual. He smiled and said, "Brother Mo, since I've promised you about the Demon General competition, I will definitely help you." Mo Lehigh laughed and was clearly very happy. He smiled and said, "Brother Wang, I have some old wine that has been buried for more than 500 years. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. At this moment, in the Jinsor Pavilion at the center of the Sky Demon City, A man in a yellow robe was looking at the Emperor's sword in the sword pavilion's array. He smiled and said, "Have you played enough? Hong Lao, don't go there anymore. Have some peace for a few days." The silver sword in the array immediately let out a sword hum, as if it was unwilling to give up. The person smiled and said, "If you continue to be naughty, I'll send you to the Dragon Lake." The Emperor's sword's hum suddenly stopped and let out a few weak sword hum as if it had lost its flame. Although that was the case, it was even more angry at the food that dared to provoke it. Within Hong Prison, after the Emperor's swords no longer came to destroy the place, the blood-red world at the lowest level gradually recovered. A large number of serious criminals were thrown into it. Soon, the massacre within the blood-red world began another cycle. A black-haired man was silently sitting in the middle of the endless blood pool. Strands of murderous intent continuously surged into his body from the blood pool. The murderous aura around him grew thicker and thicker. He would occasionally raise his head, and a hint of clarity could be seen in his blood-red eyes. "I must escape from here just like him." The slaughter had begun. Everyone in the blood pool soared into the air and began a frenzied slaughter. The black-haired man was like a god of death. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his attacks were extremely vicious. He was like a blood dragon sweeping across the battlefield. After a day of endless slaughter, only the black-haired man remained in the sky of the blood-colored world. The people who had just been revived in the blood pools on the ground were all expressionless. They didn't even look at the sky. The blood mist surrounding the black-haired man was hundreds of meters thick. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with a red glow. A rare moment of clarity appeared in his eyes as he charged madly toward the exit. However, just as his body rushed out, a silver light flashed in the sky. The Emperor's sword, the silver dragon, suddenly appeared and slammed its huge claws towards him. The black-haired man's face, which was covered by the blood mist, revealed a bitter smile. He used a voice that only he could hear and softly said, "Explode." With one word, this person's body immediately exploded. Even the blood mist around him began to churn violently as it flew toward the silver dragon's claw. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the blood-colored world. The silver dragon let out an angry roar as it withdrew its claws. There were many wounds on its claws, and this was like adding oil to the fire. The hatred it had for Wang Lin was reignited once more. As for the black-haired man, he was reviving in the pool of blood underground. He had his head lowered and remained silent. As the silver dragon roared, its ferocious gaze locked onto the black-haired man. A ray of sword energy shot out from its mouth toward the pool of blood underground. The pool of blood shattered, and the black-haired man inside died. This cycle repeated itself. Every time the man revived, the silver dragon would kill him. After doing this many times, the silver dragon proudly waved its body and disappeared into the sky. It had already made up its mind. Since the Demon Emperor didn't want it to destroy the Hong Lao, and it was restricted from going out to find that despicable food, it would vent its anger here. Let's not talk about the matter with the Hong Lao for now. There was still half a month until the Demon General battle. During this half month, the entire Sky Demon City was filled with a depressing atmosphere. The demon generals from the various cities in the Sky Demon country were all making their own preparations. Aside from the frontal preparations, there were also many hidden methods, such as using connections or secretly attacking. The kings and emperors of Sky Demon City completely ignored all of this. Although there was order in the demon spirit land, under this order was endless chaos. This was a chaotic world. The Demon General battle was very important. For every Demon General, this was a chance to reach the heavens in one step. If they missed this opportunity, they would be stuck at the Demon General stage for the rest of their lives and would never have the chance to become a commander-in-chief again. As a result, the Demon Generals cared about this matter to an unprecedented degree. Becoming a vice commander-in-chief was the same as having the qualification to become a commander-in-chief in the future. In order to obtain this qualification, they would do anything. However, although this was a chaotic world, this chaos was under order. There was only one rule, and that was that demon generals weren't allowed to fight to the death. Otherwise, they would be disqualified. As a result, all the methods were concentrated on the helpers of each demon general. Killing the helpers was equivalent to cutting off one of the demon general's arms. What's more, killing the helpers meant that the demon general would lose the right to win the battle. Killing the helper of the demon general was a head-on battle. There was also a secret battle, which was to assassinate the demon general. Demon generals weren't allowed to fight to the death, but the helpers of the demon generals could secretly kill or even hire assassins to kill. As a result, it didn't violate the order. However, although this didn't violate the order, it violated the bottom line of the demon emperor. Once this happened, unless one's cultivation was heaven-defying, it would be difficult for them to escape from Sky Demon City. They would without a doubt die. After all, the death of a demon general was a major event for the entire country. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this secret fight as taking risks out of desperation. This kind of open and secret battle was more intense the closer it was to the war. Mo Lehigh rarely went out anymore. He spent almost all of his time in closed-door cultivation in his mansion. While he maintained his peak condition, he also had the intention to avoid all the assassinations. At the same time, he set up a formation and dispatched many of his old subordinates with high cultivation levels to constantly defend. While the undercurrent was surging, only Wang Lin's heart was calm. His life didn't change at all. He would always walk out early in the morning and sit by the river to listen to the zither and drink with each other. It was as if all the pressure and surging before the war were just fleeting clouds to him. Only the zither music was worthy of his attention. Every time he heard the zither music, Wang Lin's mind would be immersed in it and experience a strange feeling. His mind was being baptized every day. As for whether or not Mo Lehigh would be assassinated, Wang Lin didn't care. Mo Lehigh was not an ordinary person. This person was very scheming and had many tricks up his sleeves. He was definitely not as weak as he appeared to be. Wang Lin understood this point very clearly as he interacted with Mo Lehigh. In his opinion, Mo Lehigh was one of the best among the many demon generals. If he didn't have these tricks up his sleeves, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Wang Lin sat on the side of the river with his eyes closed as he listened to the zither music coming from a boat. He picked up the wine jug, but when he brought it to his mouth, he found that the jug was empty. He let out a sigh and opened his eyes. He looked at the sky and remained silent. Every time he heard this zither music, his mind would tremble. This feeling made him feel like he was about to break through. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the heavenly Tao was too illusory. While listening to the zither music, Wang Lin immersed himself in it and silently experienced it. He had long gotten used to restraining the celestial spiritual energy in his body. After all, there was an emperor's sword in Sky Demon City that was constantly searching for him. However, at this moment he frowned. His comprehension was interrupted and his listening was disturbed. "You are Mo Lehigh's vice general?" A voice filled with contempt forced its way into the zither music and completely shattered the concept of the zither music. 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin, there was a black-robed man with his arms crossed. A thin sword circled around his body like a snake, and there was a hint of impatience on his face. "Make your move. Killing you is the same as cutting off one of Mo Lehigh's arms." Wang Lin put down the wine jug, but didn't get up. He didn't even look at this person. His right thumb pointed at this person, and the finger of death instantly condensed. It turned into a ray of black light and shot out. As the black light shot out, a long, black mark appeared on the ground. The grass on both sides of the mark immediately withered and turned into wisps of wood aura that fused with the black light formed by the finger of annihilation. The black light closed in on the black-robed man. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated a few steps. The flying sword beside him flickered and charged at the black light. However, the moment it touched the black light, the flying sword immediately began to collapse from the tip. The sword continued to move along the blade like a hot knife through butter. Shortly after, the hilt also collapsed. The flying sword almost instantly turned into countless tiny fragments. The black-robed man revealed a look of disbelief and retreated once more. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. As the flying sword shattered, the black light shot out and landed on the black-robed man's chest. This person's body turned into a long arc and was thrown far away. Blood mist sprayed out from his body. Even after he fell to the ground, the blood mist still lingered in the air and didn't dissipate. The black-robed man fell to the ground. There was a hint of regret in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. At the same time, a strand of gray gas came out of his orifices. It quickly arrived next to Wang Lin and disappeared into his right hand. This person wasn't an outsider, but someone from the demon spirit realm. Wang Lin knew this. This person's cultivation was only at the late stage of soul formation. He was probably here to test the waters of some demon general who didn't know him. Wang Lin continued to listen to the zither music. Chapter 578. On the second floor of a restaurant 10,000 feet away from Wang Lin, there were two men sitting across from each other. Their gazes followed the window and looked at Wang Lin. These two men were both wearing dark clothes. One of them was older and the other was a bit younger. The older man said, "Very strong." The younger man's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "This person's cultivation level should be at the soul transformation stage. No matter what his cultivation level is, since he is the person the ancestor wants to capture, he can't escape." The older man picked up his wine cup and took a sip. "Send someone over. Don't let the ancestor wait too long," the older man said. The young man faintly smiled and knocked the table with his right hand. One of the black-robed men sitting on the first floor of the restaurant stood up. This person was middle-aged and had star-like eyes. He walked out of the restaurant and turned into a ray of sword light that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was sitting on the side of the river. The boat was halfway there, and the sound of a zither entered his ears. The sad melody continued to enter his heart, and he was immersed in it. His face was filled with peace. In the distance, the sword light was filled with killing intent as it closed in. There was not a single person within a few kilometers. It was as if this place was empty. The boat on the river seemed to notice this and sped up. The ray of sword energy suddenly closed in and crossed 10,000 feet in an instant. The grass around Wang Lin immediately fell toward him as if it was being blown by a powerful gust of wind. Bursts of intense whistling mixed in with the zither music created a different kind of charm. Wang Lin didn't turn his head. He didn't even look at the sword light. His right thumb pressed down on the direction the sword light was coming from. It was still the finger of death. The black light followed its previous trajectory and flickered rapidly. Its speed was extremely fast, and it met the sword rainbow in midair. The two sides collided almost instantly. A muffled groan came from the ray of light, and shortly after, the ray of light collapsed, revealing the man inside. His beautiful face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated like crazy. His movements were like flowing water, and he retreated again and again without any hesitation. However, the finger of death was too fast. In a flash, it caught up to this person and landed on his chest. The man let out a roar, and dense demonic spiritual energy came from his body. He was forced to the ground and continued to retreat. In the end, his demonic spiritual energy collapsed, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. A stream of gray chi emerged from his body and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin did not pay attention to the direction of the finger of perishment. Instead, he quietly listened to the zither music. In the restaurant 3,000 meters away, the young man rose to his feet and stared at Wang Lin. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and sat back down. Only the elderly man's expression remained the same, without any change. He has restrained his inner breath, so I can't see his true cultivation, the young man said in a deep voice. This person's cultivation should be at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Only then can he kill number 4, who is equivalent to an early-stage soul transformation cultivator. Said number 3. The elderly man stared at Wang Lin and slowly said. The young man's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of battle intent. He shook his head and whispered, "No need to send number 3, I'll go." As he spoke, he stood up again and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. You? The elderly man frowned. Don't forget, I'm number 2. The young man walked down the restaurant. Number 2's cultivation is equivalent to a late-stage soul transformation cultivator and is only a step away from the peak stage. If he goes, there is no suspense in this battle. The elderly man held his wine glass and didn't even look at the river in the distance. The young man walked out of the restaurant. A breeze blew from the river, causing his clothes to flutter. He faced the wind and walked step by step toward Wang Lin in the distance. It was as if he was walking in his own garden, and he was extremely calm. As he walked forward, his aura became stronger and stronger. It was as if every step he took increased his aura. When he was 300 feet away from Wang Lin, he stopped. At this moment, his body was filled with demonic energy. What was strange was that there was a trace of celestial energy mixed in with his demonic energy. The fusion of celestial and demonic energy formed a very strange aura that spread out from this person's body. As he stood there, it was as if he had become the master of this place. The sky changed colors. Wang Lin didn't look at this person. As he walked forward, the sound of a zither could be heard. As for the person 300 feet away, the finger of death appeared again. It was as if with the flip of his hand, he could cause the boats on the river to fall into his ears. Wang Lin casually waved his hand, and the finger of death appeared again. As the black light flashed, it appeared before Wang Lin and shot toward the young man like lightning. The young man chuckled. Not only did he not retreat, but he took a step forward. His right hand formed a seal, and all the celestial and demonic energy in his body gathered in his right hand. As he formed a seal, a fist-sized ball of light appeared before him. The moment this ball of light appeared, the black light from the finger of death closed in. Both sides didn't stop and collided. The black light seemed to be absorbed into the ball of light. You overestimate yourself, the young man softly said. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. A black mist suddenly appeared within the ball of light that was originally emitting white light. This mist almost instantly filled the entire ball of light, and the ball of light turned completely black. At the same time, cracks appeared on the ball of light. The young man's expression became gloomy as the ball of light completely collapsed. The black light shot out toward the young man. The young man quickly retreated and his hand formed a seal. One ball of light after another appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 balls of light blocking the black light. The black light continued to disappear, and the balls of light continued to collapse. However, as the balls of light collapsed, the black light gradually dimmed. When there were only 8 balls of light left, the black light completely disappeared. The young man's forehead was covered in sweat. He let out a deep breath and stared at Wang Lin, who still hadn't looked over. He said, "This black light must be your strongest spell. I admit that this spell is very powerful. No wonder number 4 and 5 died. However, now that your strongest spell has been broken by me, I want to see what else you can do." At this moment, the boat gradually disappeared into the distance, and the zither music disappeared from his ears. Wang Lin stood up, turned around, and looked at the young man. His eyes suddenly opened, and a hint of red appeared in his eyes. A surge of killing intent shot out from Wang Lin's eyes, like a sharp sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if countless bolts of lightning had exploded in the young man's mind. It was as if there really were bolts of lightning above the calm river. A monstrous killing intent immediately broke through the young man's demonic celestial spiritual energy and entered his mind. The young man's body suddenly stiffened as if he had been hit by a powerful bolt of lightning. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. This is... The young man's mind trembled and his scalp went numb. There was a strong stabbing pain between his eyebrows, as if there was a sharp sword stabbing through his forehead and coming out from the top of his head. Bang, 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 bang. The young man could clearly hear his heartbeat speeding up. He even felt like his mind was about to collapse. His body was cold, as if he was facing an enemy naked. The powerful aura he brought with him when he walked over had been destroyed by just one gaze. On the first floor of the restaurant, all of the black-clothed people who were looking at this place immediately revealed expressions of shock. Although they were very far away, it was as if they were there. The sweat on their bodies instantly soaked their clothes. With their cultivation, they didn't know why this was happening. Why was it that with just one gaze, they felt like they were being stabbed by a pair of swords and felt like they were facing death? It was as if the person thousands of feet away had suddenly turned into a killing god between heaven and earth. On the second floor of the restaurant, the eyes of the older man shined brightly. He suddenly stood up, and the table before him immediately shattered into pieces. His face, which had always been expressionless, underwent a great change at this moment. The demonic celestial spiritual energy inside his body was like a wild dragon that instinctively moved through his body. Everything he did at this moment was subconscious. Under that gaze, he had a feeling that if he didn't resist, he would be seriously injured and die. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, and at that moment, the killing intent in that gaze seemed to have materialized. Tao of slaughter. This is the Tao of slaughter. How many people has this person killed to have this kind of gaze? He is very strong, very strong. His gaze toward Wang Lin became extremely serious. This kind of seriousness was something he would only show when facing the celestial guardian. Too terrifying. My cultivation level is the same as his, but I'm not his match. I need to quickly leave. This person didn't hesitate. His body flickered, and he was about to teleport, but his body was immediately forced out from the void. His face flickered, and he stopped teleporting. Instead, he shot up into the air, exploding with immortal and demonic energy. The entire second floor of the restaurant collapsed, sending plumes of dust flying into the air. Just as he was about to flee, he charged out of the dust cloud. However, he immediately stopped in the air, and cold sweat covered his body. Wang Lin quietly looked at him from 10 feet in front of him. You interrupted my cultivation, and you still want to leave? The older man let out a bitter smile, and his eyes revealed a hint of madness. Without hesitation, he activated a seal deep inside his body that he never wanted to touch. At this moment, the demonic celestial spiritual energy inside his body exploded. A destructive force enveloped the collapsed restaurant, forming a loud rumbling sound. After the thunderous rumble, everything within 1,000 feet was destroyed. Wang Lin's figure appeared 1,000 feet away. His expression was normal, but there was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. He gently patted the dust off his body and walked into the distance. On the river, the young man's body slowly fell to the ground. Strands of gray gas came out from his body and chased after Wang Lin. Chapter 579. A chuckle came from an elegant palace in Yanjin of the Heaven Demon City. This little fellow, Mo Fei, wants to fight Mo Lehigh ahead of time and uses his military merit in the Fire Demon country as a reason to stop me from refusing. This child is interesting. Approved. This, monarch, if the two of them set a precedent, I'm afraid that the other demon generals. Another aged voice sounded from within the palace. If other people also have 10 million battle merits, then that's fine too. Yes, yes. A moment later, an old man walked out of the palace. He held a memorial in his hand, shook his head slightly, and left in a hurry. The date of the demon general battle was getting closer and closer. The entire Sky Demon City was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Almost every day, there would be endless fights. This is just a game. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he sat by the riverside and put down the wine jug in his hand. He looked at the somewhat gloomy sky. A game in the eyes of the Demon Emperor. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, outsiders taking advantage of the battle between demon generals to kill each other for a common goal. This is the best game. Wang Lin drank a mouthful of wine, and his mind was clear. He was silent for a while. Then he stood up and slowly walked away in the dusk. This was already the 7th day. There were only 8 days left until the demon general battle. At dusk, perhaps due to the recent oppressive atmosphere in Heaven Face City, there were fewer pedestrians on the streets. 1,000 feet away from the M.O. Manor, an azure-robed man walked toward the M.O. Manor. This man had a gigantic sword strapped to his back. His steps were steady, and there was no expression on his face. Step by step, he walked towards the M.O. residence. As he got closer, a faint surge of immortal energy gushed forth from his back. At the same time, a heavy pressure enveloped the entire M.O. residence. Within the M.O. residence, M.O. Lehigh was cultivating in the secret room. Before him were 17 palm-sized puppets that were flickering with demonic lights as they revolved around him. Waves of demonic aura. It spread out from M.O. Lehigh's body and connected with the 17 puppets, forming a perfect cycle. At this moment, M.O. Lehigh abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, able to penetrate through the secret chamber and detect the green-robed man outside the M.O. clan. The man exclaimed softly and revealed a faint smile. His footsteps didn't stop at all as he arrived outside the Missouri estate. He didn't seem to use any technique, but the gate of the Missouri estate silently collapsed into pieces that were swept backwards. Amidst the flying debris, 2 muffled groans could be heard. 2 soldiers of the M.O. family were thrown into the mansion. The Loose Sword Sect, Sir Lehigh. His body exploded into a mist of blood. The 12 swordsmen, M.O. Young, requested to see M.O. Lehigh. His footsteps didn't stop. He directly entered the M.O. mansion and headed toward the secret chamber where M.O. Lehigh was in seclusion. Countless soldiers and Dien Lehigh's subordinates immediately appeared. However, as this person moved forward, anyone who came within 100 feet of him immediately collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. Along the way, popping sounds echoed, but no one could stop this person at all. It was even to the extent that some of the artificial mountains and buildings in the surroundings had collapsed, just like the entrance to the Missouri estate. Just at this moment, a short figure appeared before them. After this person appeared, he let out a roar and took a step forward. With this step, all the demonic spiritual energy in his body spread out. He wanted to resist this person from the Delu Sword Sect. The man from the Delu Sword Sect shook his head slightly. He didn't stop and continued forward. As he moved forward, the short person's face became pale. He had a feeling that he wasn't facing a person, but a sword. It was a sharp sword with a cold gleam. The short person's body involuntarily retreated several dozen feet. Just at this moment, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. The short person stabilized himself and let out a deep breath. 3 people appeared behind him. They were all white-haired old men. They stood there and coldly looked at the person from the Delu Sword Sect. The person from the Delu Sword Sect looked at the 3 old men. He faintly smiled and continued forward. The 3 old men had serious expressions on their faces. Just as they were about to cast their spells, a low voice suddenly came from behind them. "Who sent you?" This voice was filled with majesty. The 3 old men respectfully moved aside, revealing M.O. Lehigh's tall figure behind them. M.O. Lehigh looked at the young man from the Delu Sword Sect with eyes like torches. At this moment, the aura he released was even stronger than when he faced Wong Lin in ancient Demon City. The man from the Delu Sword Sect's eyes lit up. He stopped and slowly said, "Demon General M.O. Fei." M.O. Lehigh frowned and shouted, "What is it?" The man calmly said, "I'm here to send a letter of challenge to General M.O. Fei." The man calmly said and waved his right hand. A golden light suddenly flashed and stopped in front of M.O. Lehigh. M.O. Lehigh's expression was gloomy as he looked at the golden letter. There was only one word on it: fight. 3 days from now, outside the Jidao Pavilion. After the man from the Delu Sword Sect finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. However, just as he turned around, his body stiffened and a powerful aura erupted from his body. This aura was much stronger than when he entered the M.O. mansion. His eyes lit up as he looked at a slender figure 1,000 feet away and said, "The 7th child of the Purple Division, Wong Lin." M.O. Lehigh only noticed Wong Lin's arrival at this moment and let out a sigh of relief. Wong Lin didn't even look at this person and walked forward. His pace wasn't fast, but there was a hint of anger in the man's eyes. The man from the Delu Sword Sect coldly said, Rumor has it that the seventh child of the Purple Division is arrogant. Now that I've seen him, it seems it is true. It was as if Wang Lin didn't hear him and continued to walk toward him. The man from the De Lu sword sect suddenly released his aura and locked onto Wang Lin like a sharp sword. Just as his aura reached its peak, Wang Lin walked past him without any hesitation and crossed paths with him. The man from the De Lu sword sect was startled, but he immediately became even angrier. He suddenly turned around, looked at Wang Lin, and shouted, "Wang Lin, did you hear what I said?" Wang Lin continued walking toward his residence. The man from the De Lu sword sect revealed a hint of coldness in his eyes. He was one of the 12 swordsmen of the De Lu sword sect. His status on planet Tianyun was similar to the 7 true disciples of the All-Seer sect, so he was very famous. However, at this moment, he was completely ignored by this person. The man let out a cold snort as he appeared before Wang Lin and coldly said, "Wang," without waiting for him to finish. Wang Lin raised his head and calmly said, "A cultivator is so easily angered. As a cultivator of the Tao, you are so easily angered. Your 1,000 years of cultivation are truly disappointing." If it was someone like Tian Yunzi who said this, the man from the De Lu sword sect would have humbly accepted it. However, when it came from Wang Lin, it was extremely harsh in his ears. He laughed from extreme anger, but his eyes became even colder as he said, "I want to see what effect your 1,000 years of cultivation have had." Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "Get out of the way." The man from the De Lu sword sect began to laugh. His right hand formed a seal, and a ray of sword energy came out from his body. It turned from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, and in the blink of an eye, there were 64 rays of sword energy that closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he didn't even look at the 64 rays of sword energy. In an instant, all the rays of sword energy landed on Wang Lin's body. However, at this moment, a life seal flashed across his body, and all the rays of sword energy disappeared. "Is this all you got? It looks like your 1,000 years of cultivation were not only disappointing, it was all for nothing." Wang Lin shook his head. The man from the De Lu sword sect's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although his 64 rays of sword energy weren't the strongest, receiving them so easily shocked him. "What kind of spell is this? This person didn't use any treasures, but my sword energy immediately collapsed when it landed on his body. Even the dragon son of the 12 swordsmen wouldn't be able to do this." Wang Lin shook his head and walked forward. The man from the De Lu sword sect subconsciously took a few steps back. He took a deep breath and placed his right hand on the large sword on his back. Wang Lin frowned as he coldly looked at the man and said, "Scram, today you sent me a challenge, so I won't kill you. You are only at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, the same as me. No matter how strong your spell is, you won't be able to block my sword." The man from the De Lu sword sect's expression became fierce. He didn't waste any more time and waved his right hand, causing the sword on his back to fly up. Rumble. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash across the sky as a huge purple sword suddenly appeared above the person. The sword gave off a dense sword aura. Almost as soon as it appeared, it caused the surroundings to be enveloped by sword aura. There was a strange pattern engraved on this sword. The shadow of a giant, purple sheep appeared from the pattern. The sheep was tall and gave off a tyrannical aura. The sheep fused with the sword, causing the power of the sword to become even stronger. Last sheep's sword cut. The man let out a roar as celestial spiritual energy surged from his body, and his right hand chopped down on Wang Lin. At the same time, the large sword in the sky moved with him and flew toward Wang Lin with an unimaginable force. Mo Lihai's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. The people beside him also retreated without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated more than 1,000 feet. As the giant sword slashed down, it was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. Rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard as it rumbled. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he shook his head. This giant sword was indeed powerful, especially after fusing with the sheep soul. However, the man before him couldn't display the full power of the sheep soul. What a waste of a good sword. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand. The moment the giant sword cut down, the man from the Delu sword sect revealed a look of extreme shock. Wang Lin grabbed the sword. The moment his right hand grabbed the sword, the life seals on his right hand flashed like crazy. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 life seals covering his right hand. Bursts of roars came from the giant's sword, and the eyes of the sheep soul revealed a fierce gaze. It struggled like crazy, trying to break free from Wang Lin's right hand. However, Wang Lin's right hand was like the palm of an ancient god. It was filled with endless power. No matter how much the giant sword struggled, Wang Lin's right hand didn't move an inch. The evil goat's soul on the huge sword let out a monstrous roar. Its fierce eyes revealed a trace of unyieldingness. It was like a ferocious beast that had just received good luck as it pounced towards Wang Linxiang. Although it was a sword soul, it was an illusion. When the surrounding people saw the sheep's soul, they felt like a bloody wind was blowing at them. Evil animal, you dare? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of red light in his eyes. Slaughter intent rushed out from his eyes and entered the sheep's soul. The sheep's soul let out a sad cry, and its body collapsed from the slaughter intent. It turned into specks of light and returned to the giant's sword. The sword stopped struggling and stopped resisting. What Wang Lin was doing was almost exactly the same as what happened when Tian Yunzi pointed at the god-slaying war chariot and caused the beast soul to collapse. When Mo Lihai saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Wang Lin with a very complicated expression. In just 3 months, he actually became so powerful. Even the vice commander-in-chief is no match for him. Today, he even subdued this terrifying sword soul. If he had this kind of divine ability 3 months ago, I would have been defeated without a doubt. The Delu sword sect's Mo Yang's body trembled. His face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His life, sword being taken away, immediately damaged his mind. He didn't think this Wang Lin would be this strong. If he had known, he wouldn't have come alone. He clenched his teeth and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. He took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. His last killing move was a ray of sword energy his teacher, Ling Tianho, had given him. There were 12 rays of sword energy, 1 for each person. It was an ultimate life-saving spell that couldn't be casually used. Otherwise, the remaining 400 years in this dangerous demon spirit land would be very difficult to pass. However, if he didn't use it now, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave. Wang Lin looked at Mo Yang. His eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "You can leave." Mo Yang was startled. "There is no feud between me and the Delu sword sect. If it wasn't for you forcing me, I wouldn't have acted. Help me send a message to the 12 swordsmen. In the demon spirit land, I don't want to be enemies with you." As Wang Lin spoke, he threw the sword in his hand at Mo Yang. Then he walked past Mo Yang and toward the residence ahead. When Mo Yang saw Wang Lin's back, he was completely startled. During the battle earlier, he was almost forced to use his final life-saving spell. Now that the situation had reversed, he felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. He took a deep breath and caught the giant sword. He scanned it with his divine sense to make sure Wang Lin hadn't done anything to it. Then he looked at Wang Lin walking away with uncertainty. "I'll definitely pass on your message." Mo Yang flew into the air and quickly left the Mo mansion. When he was about 10 feet away from the Mo mansion, he slowed down a bit, but his divine sense was still on guard. He found that Wang Lin still hadn't made a move. It was as if Wang Lin was really going to let him go. "Wang Lin, I'll return today's humiliation 100-fold. Although your spell is strong, next time I'll attack you with my senior brothers. I don't believe you can still be so calm." If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Greedy Wolf went to the Fire Demon Country, you would without a doubt die. There was a hint of killing intent in Mo Yang's eyes. He coldly looked at the Mo mansion and quickly left. His speed was very fast. The further he got from the Mo mansion, the more relaxed he became. Thinking about the battle just now, he couldn't help but feel lingering fear. This Wang Lin is very strong. However, if I use teacher's sword energy, this person won't be able to resist. Mo Yang revealed a sneer. However, just at this moment, strands of gray gas silently came out from the big sword behind him. They were like snakes that were aimed at this person's head. A powerful sense of crisis surrounded Mo Yang's body, but the strands of gray gas immediately drilled into this person's head like lightning. The gray gas was too fast, and the distance was too close. Just as Mo Yang sensed the danger, he let out a miserable groan, and his body fell from the sky. As he fell, his body rapidly withered, and a miserable scream echoed through the sky. His origin soul couldn't escape at all. After the gray gas entered his body, it turned into a seal and directly cut off the connection between his origin soul and his body. At the same time, it quickly absorbed this person's flesh and blood essence and celestial spiritual energy to replenish the gray gas. This caused the seal to become even stronger. The moment he landed, Mo Yang's eyes were filled with anger, and he turned into a mummy. The only thought in his mind was the giant sword. He had clearly checked it, and their minds were connected. So how could there be gray gas hidden inside? In front of his body, the space twisted and Wang Lin walked out. His right hand pointed at Mo Yang's body a few times. Then he grabbed Mo Yang's body and disappeared. Wang Lin's figure stepped out from the void, and his right hand loosened. Mo Yang's body fell to the ground. Wang Lin's eyes were serious as he slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag flew out. He shook the flag, and it immediately turned into a black fog that surrounded the room. Countless restrictions flashed inside the black fog. After doing all of this, he took a deep breath and sat down to cultivate. After a while, his eyes suddenly opened and his gaze landed on Mo Yang's body. After carefully looking at it, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the spot between Mo Yang's eyebrows. His expression was uncertain, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. After silently pondering for a bit, his hands formed a seal, and he began to chant. A ghostly fire appeared between his hands. His hand seals changed, creating many afterimages. Then he pointed forward and softly said, "Refine." The moment the ghostly fire floated toward Mo Yang's body, it immediately spread out and surrounded the body. Crackling sounds echoed, and Mo Yang's body began to melt at a visible rate. His body was already a mummy, and the flesh and blood essence had been absorbed by the gray gas. As it burned, a strange smell came out and filled the room. However, Wang Lin didn't have time to care about it. He stared at the corpse being refined by the ghostly fire. In the battle before, Mo Yang's last action of touching the spot between his eyebrows gave Wang Lin a strong sense of crisis. Ever since he refined the slaughter energy, he had never felt this kind of crisis before. Even mid-stage ascendant cultivators couldn't do this. Before the slaughter energy even appeared, just the aura alone was able to break through his body and origin soul, which are covered by more than 3 life seals, and charge into his mind in an extremely domineering manner. This feeling was like he was facing life and death. Wang Lin was shocked, so he retreated in order to ease the atmosphere. In his view, if this person wasn't forced into a corner, he wouldn't be willing to use this final spell. Mo Yang's body gradually melted and dissipated, revealing his origin soul. There were layers of gray seals covering his origin soul, and they would occasionally flash a demonic light. Mo Yang's origin soul's eyes were closed, and he remained motionless inside the ghostly fire. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he carefully observed. At this moment, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at the spot between Mo Yang's origin soul's eyebrows. There was a very faint blue line there that was faintly flashing. If one looked closely, they would see that this blue line was a sword that had been shrunk countless times. The moment he saw the blue line, Wang Lin's body trembled. He felt like he was facing Sword Saint Ling Tianho, and his entire body was filled with the feeling. Ling Tianho. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Back then, outside the East Demon Spirit Sea, before the Delu sword sect disciples entered. Ling Tianho gave them a ray of sword energy. He called it a life-saving spell for the 12 of them. This blue line is that ray of sword energy. No wonder it made me feel like I was between life and death and could directly break through my life seals. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a decisive expression. Since I saw this ray of sword energy, it is mine. He closed his eyes and placed his hands on his knees. The top of his head shined brightly, and his origin soul left his body. Almost all of the life seals covered Wang Lin's origin soul like an armor. Wang Lin's origin soul left his body and looked at Mo Yang's origin soul. After pondering a bit, his eyes lit up and he spat out a mouthful of origin soul fire that entered the ghostly fire. The ghostly fire immediately became stronger. More origin soul fire continued to come out of Wang Lin's mouth. Mo Yang's soul revealed a pained expression, as if he wanted to struggle, but the life seal outside his body locked him in place. Wang Lin's origin soul revealed a cautious expression. He carefully controlled the refining fire to not stimulate the ray of sword energy. Instead, he slowly refined Mo Yang's origin soul. This process lasted for several days. Even with Wang Lin's strength, he had to constantly focus and spit out origin soul fire. His origin soul was a bit dim, and he revealed a tired expression. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. On this day, Mo Yang's origin soul finally collapsed under the continuous refining and turned into specks of light. Within the specks of light, there was a blue line floating in the air motionlessly. Wang Lin's origin soul inhaled, and Mo Yang's specks of light were immediately sucked into his mouth to quickly make up for what he had consumed over the past few days. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's origin soul hesitantly looked at the motionless blue line. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the blue line. At this instant, his origin soul trembled violently, and the connection with his body quickly dissipated. Wang Lin was already prepared for this. He was not far from his body, and as he struggled, he entered his body just as the connection was about to disappear. Wang Lin silently sat there. He sat there for another 3 days. At dusk 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, but there was a dazzling light in them. Last night, his chrysanthemum was actually penetrated, and it was so painful that he wanted to die. I don't know if you guys have experienced kidney stones before. The stone fell into the ureter and got stuck. That kind of pain, even now, makes Mo Yang feel like he's better off dead. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., he collapsed and was sent to the hospital by his wife and family. He was tossed around all night and did a mess of checkups. At 5 a.m., it was confirmed that it was a kidney stone. In the end, he broke the stone, but his stomach still hurts. The most vivid memory was that his stomach was full of gas. If he couldn't get rid of it, it would affect the stone breaking, so he was given an enema. This wasn't an enema. It was clearly a chrysanthemum. Today's chapter was written late. Sigh, why do I feel like my body is getting weaker and weaker? They can find any kind of illness, damn it. In the afternoon, he struggled to get up and saw that his chrysanthemum had been penetrated by someone. His chrysanthemum was penetrated both mentally and physically. Which author on Qidian had this experience? 14th, 11th. I'll remember this day. I'll also penetrate other people's chrysanthemums. Brothers, Mo Yang is now physically and mentally haggard. I beg for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.